Hey, what's up, everyone? Welcome to the stream. My apologies. We are running a little bit late, later than I would have liked. But we are up and running, and we are going to be playing the brand new Wartales DLC, The Rise of Rigel. I thought it was pronounced differently, but Rigel, but Rigel apparently is how it's pronounced. Anyway, very much looking forward to this, and I feel like Kaer Morhen is a good place to start. Perhaps news has just arrived at Kaer Morhen, and of some very disturbing things happening out in a distant province in the mountains. And word was sent from Kaer Morhen to the troop, who are in the Ludern region right now, just outside of the Ludern tomb. Which means we nearly completed this yesterday. I really wanted to wrap this up before we start the DLC, but just time kind of got away from me yesterday. I was just kind of pretty exhausted by the end of the stream and didn't necessarily feel up to finishing it last night, though I kind of wish that I had. But in any case, we'll proceed. I think we'll leave this. We'll come back and finish Ludern region a little bit later. If you guys are interested in a bit of a preview of what we're about to experience here in the DLC, I've got a short video that I just kind of threw together before the stream today, which is part of the reason why DLC Rigel's Curse has been added. A mysterious evil from the depths of the Weald is turning the good people of Rigel into monsters. So let's view it on the map. Where is this? Yeah, so... Okay, that's the entrance. Not exact. I thought maybe it would be in here, but pretty close. Actually, you know what? Yeah, so actually I should have... I recall out here in this province in Drombach, there's sort of like a pathway here, and it just kind of cuts off. So I guess maybe we should have figured out that that's where the DLC is going to be. Kahunin, I apologize for keeping you waiting, and everyone else who's been waiting here, my apologies. Theron Kin says, do you know when the update will come to Xbox? I do not. Yeah, unfortunately. I wish I did. Added Oomph is here as well. He says, oi, oi. Added Oomph. What's cracking, brother? Yeah, so this is going to be very interesting. So apparently there is a new class that's been added to the game, and it's a werewolf class. You can actually become a werewolf. So I don't know if that's something we are going to do with our characters or not. I'm a little bit... Oh, and... Very interesting. The Pitten that was here is gone. Kind of lucky that we're still up here, because I don't know... That's very odd. I don't know if we'd be able to get back up here if we weren't here. I'm gonna drop down too, because yeah, we've just gone through this this main story scenario. Unless the Pitten is down here and you can kind of... No, I think... Yeah. Alright. Anyway. Yeah, it's kind of lucky that we're in the neighborhood here. Let's sneak in the woods past these guys. So. Yeah, so we'll finish off the Ludern region a little bit later. I don't really want to get into a tomb, though. I am not too crazy about what the way that things are. It sounds things are going to operate here in this region with the forest that receives no daylight at all. It sounds quite terrifying, and we need a lantern apparently to go through the forest. But it sounds like it's going to be really difficult to navigate. Twin Nin says, low-key, the new update breaks the graphics. It's not the werewolf class. Oh, right, yeah, you know what, there is there is another class as well. Another type of recruit that is sort of like a support class. But yeah, I believe you may not be mistaken, Twin. The game does feel a little bit shakier, which is typical when these updates drop. That the game seems to have a hard time. Like, it seems to be hard on the engine, especially for optimization. So yeah, the graphics do feel a little bit shakier. I might even reload it with the OpenGL. Like when you load Steam, there's two options. Usually I just choose the first one, and the second one is the OpenGL, it's called, and it might run a little bit smoother on that. So I might try that. We'll wait till we rest, and then I'll reload the game, I think, and see if that helps at all. But I think there was even a quick hotfix that they might have released as well. But definitely the game does feel a little bit shakier. And I'm a little bit worried that maybe this DLC might have been rushed out, that they might have rushed it out to get it out before Christmas. Yeah, it definitely feels shaky. I mean, it wasn't like it was... Alright, hang on a second, guys. I'm going to quick reload the game and see if the other mode helps at all. I'm just going to put up the screen blocker here quick, which is our hardcore challenge rules. So, guys, yeah, which I guess is a good time to mention it. When we hit 5,000 subscribers, we're going to do a hardcore challenge. And these are the rules. They're not set in stone as of yet. Sugar and spice. I clicked on the wrong thing to open the game. Twan says you have to inject the serum or something to become the werewolf. And Addit says, I recall other problems in past updates that were soon fixed. Yeah, my guess is shit. That it'll be patched. But what I was sort of worried is that there's a possibility that the devs rushed this out to get it out before Christmas, because obviously Christmas time or around this time is a really good time to release a game for obvious reasons. And considering that we only found out about it when it was going to be releasing just a week ago, it kind of feels like maybe it might be a possibility that it was rushed a little bit, but I have no idea. But yeah, Addit is right. The previous updates a lot of times have had issues when they first drop. But yeah, we'll try in the OpenGL mode and see if it runs a little bit smoother in that. Kahunit says good. It's a big map. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, it's always, I love that they're continuing to add parts to the game. It does feel a tiny bit smoother, maybe. I don't know. It's still not necessarily running great, but it wasn't running great before. Like the game was having. Oh, I don't want to deal with that's a lot of freaking polar bears. The game's got its optimization problems. Which is really too bad, because it's such an incredible game, and if they can at some point clean up all of the optimization, I'd be willing to say that it's one of the one of the greatest games I've ever played. It's such a well put together game. I mean, by no means is it perfect. Does have its problem. This thing is still, even though we've finished the scenario here, that thing is still going, eh? Ah, shoot, I thought... I'm gonna get lost in the mountains here on our way to, where we're headed. I thought that would be gone now that we finished this, particular scenario. Yeah, see, this is another thing about whenever there's an update to the game, it screws up your pittance where you've placed pittance in previous times. Is that Trapper's Hut new? I feel like... Was that here before? I don't remember this.
Valtrode was under too much pressure when she was the arena champion.
Twan says the new recruit class has some weird text also. Okay.
We decided to start a new life elsewhere, but I think we didn't move far enough.
I don't remember this little hut.
Now that we're done, please leave me alone.
Yeah, I don't know. But apparently we've been here before. Alright, are we, am I headed in the right direction? Not really. Let's go back this way. We get past those bears. Ah, shit. They don't seem terribly aggressive. That might be because I think we've got some knowledge or something that reduces their aggression. I think we've got a few things to lower their aggression. Though we're going to have to rest here in a second, which there's a lot of enemies in and around the area. Hopefully we don't trigger a fight. I'm really looking forward to seeing this this new map. How is our weight situation? It's not terrible, but it's not great either. And just toss that in the camp chest for now. Yeah, so the plan I think today is to play for a few hours, then I'm going to take a break, have some dinner, and play for a few hours through the evening. Hopefully get an even longer stream in through the evening, and then unfortunately I got to work all weekend, which there's a slight possibility that I might be able to stream some more tomorrow night after my shift, but I wouldn't hold your breath, guys, because typically after a shift, just because of like biking back and forth to work, it's a bit exhausting. So usually by the end of my shift, I'm kind of tired, and I do need to get something ready for my other channel that I've been sort of kicking the can down the road a bit. It's something that I've been meaning to publish over the last week, and I just haven't gotten to it just because things are ramping up a little bit with... Oh, those are different fishhooks. Things are ramping up a little bit with Wartales at the moment. All right, cool. But anyway, plan is 2 streams today. This one will be a shorter stream, probably. I want to say 4 or 5 hours, roughly. Take a little break, have some chow, and then come back and hopefully do a longer stream. I'm hoping to hit probably 7 hours for the second stream, if possible. You know what? It might have been prudent to get some supplies going, but I mean, we got plenty of food, but it's just there's some things that could be... There's a few feasts that we could definitely could take advantage of. We're gonna actually do another theft again. Green. One of those. One of these. In fact, I'm tempted to just scoot up to the Brotherhood training ground quick before we head into the new province, just to pick up a few new skill books. Arya Mula says, hello again, Otto. Welcome back. Welcome to the stream. Very excited to check out this DLC here today, boys. We'll check in on the tavern and the fief before we rest again. I wanna get moving. We are a little we're a ways from the training ground, though it's kind of on the way. It's just a little bit of a detour. Drop this in there. Freebird, knowing the guard is after me keeps me up at night, awake with a start every time I hear the chains clanking in the distance. What the hell are the chains clanking in the distance? Who is bothering us? Santa Maria. Enemy aggression reduced in the world. Let's go with put the group on high alert. I don't want to deteriorate her relationship with the rest of the group. This is going to cost us 20% of our fatigue. But it'll reduce the aggression of enemies, which is probably a good thing, especially considering where we're headed right now. Yeah, the OpenGL actually definitely does feel like it's running smoother. Oh, just as I say that, it just got a little bit janky there. Trouble is when was I think us having so many horses doesn't help the graphical situation either. Just because I think we're pushing the sort of the limits of the game in how it was intended a little bit with that. Maybe could be part of the reason why we experience a bit more lag. Just leave them alone. Arya says, did you recruit the new class? If yes, can I see your build? I have not. We just fired things up. So we're just kind of getting started at the moment, and we're just making our way into the new region. Though I guess probably the new class members probably become available in the taverns everywhere, right? I think we get to the where we want to go over here. Yeah, there it is. All right, yeah, just a small detour, but I think definitely worth it. Just because
this region is extremely
we can get the 5 more skill books
I hope
here.
Your group is well trained. If not, I can help.
And we'll be able to get another fief leveled up. Actually, hang on a second. I want to do this thievery with one of our characters that we left in the tavern here. One of our comrades. I grab this guy. Transfer the troop. Yep. The rest of them can be bouncers. Not that we're really going to need these guys again, but I think there is actually a couple of cursed villages that we have yet to do. The one in this region hasn't been done yet. So we will need the our specialized units here again at some point, and we could always bring them out and just make them regular members of the party if we want as well. Just give them different weapons, or put different oils on their weapons. So they could be used still if we need them, but
this region is extremely dangerous.
Keep them specialized.
I hope your group is well trained. If not, I can help.
So I'll switch you to thief. Yep. And then who's got the handkerchief? I'm just gonna take that from you for a second. And we'll give it to Comrade. Right, handkerchief. Ah, shit. Oh, shit, I can't do it here, apparently. To go to this screen. Yeah, just because it gives us a chance that the items won't be considered stolen, which means we don't have to spend as much time getting them cleaned. But didn't work anyway. But I'll buy the other ones just so that we have some spares of those, and then we can send you back to... Shit, who's our other thief? I forget who was carrying that. It was regular Comrade. Yeah, just a little bit of busy work here. Accessory and stamp. Okay, just put that on you so I know it's on you. And then, we can send you back to the tavern. Actually, while we're at the Brotherhood, I think a couple of one or two characters might have leveled up, which means we can level up potentially some more gear. So just maybe do that quickly while we're here.
Today's arena combat day, and our champion looks set to win it all.
Arian Woola says, did you think we needed a healer class in the game? Honestly, I was thinking about the potential of getting a healer class. I don't think that we needed it, but I think it would have been a nice addition to the game. I was thinking more along the lines of like a cleric from like classic sort of RPGs is what I was thinking, but I guess this new character does do a little bit of healing. Twan Nguyen says the healer class is out. The new class is a healer. Yeah, I think that's why he mentioned it there.
Would be terribly grateful.
Yeah, sure. Let them celebrate here. All right, let me just quick double check. So you're level 14. All right, your bow can be upgraded. Level 13. Level 10 required. Son of a bitch. I bet we have a higher level one of those that he could use, to be perfectly honest. But yeah, it's been a super busy day for me. Just getting ready for the stream today and posting the video that I posted earlier, just getting that ready. Like I said, that can be upgraded too. Slept a little bit later than I was intending to, but I could have gotten up earlier and started sooner, but I just felt like the stream would go a little bit better and be a little bit better quality if I was better rested before starting up. So this is the main reason why it took a little extra time to get going today. Oops. I think everybody else... Actually, that can be upgraded. Alright, cool. Yeah, shit. I guarantee that we've got a better version of that that axe that could be used for Odin. If we find a travel post, if we can... I'm not going to go back to New Asthel to get it, but in the new area, if we can build a travel post, then we'll be able to pull it out of our arsenal.
If not, I can help.
All right, so that needs to be upgraded. This needs to be upgraded, and that needs to be upgraded. All right, cool. Well, we just want
This region is extremely dangerous.
kind of try and make sure we're at our best going into this area, because we don't know or at least I don't know exactly what we're going to be up against, and I feel like we're going to be challenged quite a bit as well. What was your weapon? Ah, there it is. All right, cool. Twan says it heals 30% and then later can bounce to another ally. So to heal, so 2 heals for 30%. Okay. Yeah, you know, like the thing is, like I feel like that probably might be more useful in the early and mid game, maybe. But like once you get towards the later game, I feel like healing, you don't really need it. Unless you're going like really heavy with animal companions, right? Ah, shit. That was close. I almost got caught there. Not that I'm worried about fighting them. It's just I don't want to delay this getting into the new area any more than we already have. I think this is the way that we want to go. I think we want to go this way, actually. And this should be where we're headed. Oh snap! Yeah, I should have clued in because I recall this this area was kind of blocked off. It definitely looked like you could cross in through here. That it was going to be added at some point. Arya Muller says, yes, I know, but do we really need it? I mean, there is not many can do true damage. Yeah, that's exactly it. Like, it's, you know, unless you're going, like, really animal heavy and, like, you're letting the bears and stuff take a lot of damage, absorb a lot of damage, then maybe you might need the healer. But typically, like, once you get to the later game, the late game, like I'd say like once your companions are probably anywhere from like level 10 or level 12 and up, like you're really demolishing the enemies that you're facing, even on the highest difficulties. Occasionally you might run into a fight that gives you trouble, but like you're not really taking a lot of damage, and a lot of times the damage you are taking is just on your armor anyway. So unless they're gonna, I mean, I don't know. The enemies that we're gonna face off against maybe might give us some trouble, and maybe we'll be taking some damage. So potentially against these werewolves, maybe a healer might come in handy. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's a class that was really necessary. Dwan says, but I think the attack opportunity and all status effects is much stronger. They can apply a bunch of debuffs for the enemy. Yeah, so they're not just a healer, exactly. Like they can they'll add. There's other things that they can buff the troop.
What are we going to do if we can't go to Rigel? The Ice Reckoning has destroyed our farm.
Did the guards tell you about the monsters? Seems they come out of the wild at night and attack anyone who's unlucky enough to cross their path. Some of them are even venturing onto farms and devouring entire families. Oh, I want to turn back.
Uh-oh.
I was the best patrolman in the guard. All the bandits in Rigel shuddered at the sound of my name. Those cowards in the capital sent me out here to freeze to death. They keep all the best posts for themselves. Curse be the knights.
Oh, what do we got here? Seamus is our lockpicker. Fuck, this one's giving me a hard time. Back to getting injured again. Yeah, it's over here somewhere, but I just can't find... Ah, there it is. I was gonna say, I just can't find the sweet spot. Arya Muller says, or asks, can we remove the debuff using aid skill? And Tuan says, yes, we can remove all debuffs for that ally if you use the healer class. But why don't we use all three of them? Alright, a little bit of supplies. Stock up on. It's nice.
Don't listen to the rumors about Rigel. The situation is much worse than they're saying.
Wait, don't listen to the rumors? It's... No, don't listen to the rumors because it's even worse.
With all those monsters about, neither the guards nor the knights have time to worry about lost travelers in the Weald. Once you're in the forest, you'll only have your lantern to rely on.
Alright. Here we go. It's interesting that we didn't have to pay to cross the border. There's no border fee there.
Might I interest you in my humble wares, my good sirs?
Yeah, we don't really need either of those. Deserter, attendant reception. It's an okay lance, I guess, but I don't think we need it. Yeah, I love too that we got like a whole new area to explore. And we'll take our time and stop off and investigate everything as we go through here. A little prayer book. Though this farm looks like it's seen better days. A little bit of bread. Cloth. Alright, mister, what's going on here?
They're dead. Dead. Eaten alive. Oh, St. Jeru. Those monsters.
Arya Mula says you can use it if you build your character for getting a valor point as much as you can. Yeah, I'm interested to see the new class and how it might fit in with the rest of the characters, and maybe you can potentially build characters around the new class or build a team around the new class. That could be really work really well. Arya says, but I think aid skill from training is enough for now. New class, I would build it for damage. Ah, makes sense.
Get me out of here! I want to return to Gothenburg! No goods are worth such a horrid death. My stock is all yours if only you'll bring me to the border.
Alright, reward promised, +2 pottery. Alright, Adagath has joined your troop. He just wants to go back to the border. But I might keep him in the party for a bit anyway.
Halt!
Oh.
In the name of His Majesty, King Wilbert Adra Alizar, I order you to stop!
Oh, look at their fancy armor sets. Uh-oh.
The townspeople say they heard screams coming from that inn. Were you inside? Are there any casualties? By Saint Jeru, that man with you, he's no merchant! Get away from him immediately! He's a lycanthrope!
Oh, okay. You know what? I didn't clue in, but yeah, that makes sense that he might be a what if we cancel? Oh, okay, we do have to fight him. All right. Okay. Oh, he's got friends too. Alright. Very interesting. Who's... Okay, that's the captain of the guard. Oh, he's got a lot of friends. 8 of them. Alright, let's take a quick look at what these guys can do. Twan says, but the aid doesn't remove debuff besides burn, poison, and bleed. I think heal removes all debuffs, the new class heal. And Ariamola says, play adaptive and leave region locked and never get killed by debuff. Well, I mean, debuffs can be... What's the rest of our... What's the rest of our party? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I feel like we're missing some characters. This map seems really small. Yeah, definitely not all of our party members are here in this fight, which is a little bit odd. Let's take a look at what these guys... So, Bloodthirsty Rage deals 42 to 52 damage. Damage increased by 50% is if the target is at full health. So they do extra damage to targets that haven't taken damage yet. And Monstrous Roar, this unit gains Fury, and allies engaged in the area gain Relentless. After attacking, this unit attacks an attack of opportunity. Removed if no longer in combat. Allies engaged in the area. So, Monstrous Roar. Yeah, so any of the... Once they get engaged, another one can do a Monstrous Roar, triggering an attack of opportunity of the other guys, or their friends. When this unit deals damage to a bleeding target, they gain Blood Charge. This unit heals themselves for 5% of the damage dealt. Stackable, maximum 25%, currently 0. So they have sort of like a vampiric edge to them. They can heal themselves by damage to... Yeah, so any unit that's bleeding, an attack will heal themselves for up to 25% of their health. And Protective Fear starts the fight with 20% guard. Each blood charge increases the guard by 5%. So it's also stackable up to 25%. Each blood charge increases guard. And Opportunistic Predator. Attacks of opportunity apply bleeding. Is this 20%? Yeah, so they can trigger bleeding. Though, not all of our troops... There's a few of our troops that can bleed, but most of them cannot. We've got hardcore training and immunity oil on a lot of our troops, but there's a few that don't have the immunity oil for various reasons. Twan says, yeah, but the early game is pretty rough if you face off against the Inquisition. This is true. The Inquisition is dangerous early game or late game. Like, I mean, late game, once you know how to deal with them, you can manage them fairly easily. But yeah, the Inquisition are the deadliest enemies in the game. Transform lycanthrope. This lycanthrope unit has transformed. They will return to their human form after a rest. And immovable. Alright, so that's the... I think that was that one. Or was it this one? Okay, I think that was that one. What did the little ones do? Oh, actually, what's his stats? Strength 52, dexterity 52, which is not too high. Like, compared to our group, those stats are not great. But considering he is the first one that we're faced off against. How much hit points does he have? 876. Yeah, it's manageable. It's not too bad. Strength. These guys are stronger. Strength 90 or strength 95, Constitution, critical hit. Critical hit's only 12% though. Artery Bite deals 76 and 95 damage. If this unit has blood charge, damage is dealt directly to the health. So we'll have to be careful with our lighter armored troops. They could be vulnerable to some of these guys. Wild Dash disengages and charges in a straight line, applies 48 damage, and applies slowdown if the unit has no inspiration. And then Lycanthropes. When this unit deals damage to a bleeding target, they gain blood charge. Okay. Protective Fur and Sharp Fangs. When this unit deals damage to health, applies bleeding. Okay. Alright. So that's what we're up against. Yeah, I'm just a little thrown off that our not all of our crew is here. Or at least if they are, I don't know where they are. But anyway, I don't think it's gonna make too much of a difference. I'll put no, we'll leave Kebabia there. Actually, you know what? Let's put you right in behind at the very back there. That one's up first. They are pretty tanky. And like I said, yeah, for example, Jin here, he's wearing the Legionary's Oath, so he doesn't have the immunity oil. We should probably change the oil that he's got on that, but I mean, it's, I don't know, it's fine for now. Yeah, we should. And our crossbows don't have immunity oil either, neither does Untrari. Just want to do a quick inspection. Batman does not either. Poison Berry. Yeah, so all of those guys are susceptible to bleeding. She won't bleed. Odin could bleed as well. Yeah. And that's one thing we might want to consider is tweaking the part. I mean, I probably won't just because that'll take us a while to do. But some of the party members can bleed. Otto, I believe, can bleed as well. Alright, there's actually more guys in the party that can bleed that than I realized. I'm gonna put silver there. I'm gonna put you here. Lamborghini, I think, can bleed too. Alright, this looks okay-ish. I think what I'm gonna do... And actually, I'll switch you. Have, Otto started off. If you stand there, we might be able to get all 4 of those guys. Yeah, there we go. There we go. 1 down already. Let's use this and take a shot on that one. There we go. Alright, cool. Gets us started. And let's just back in here. And before I forget, we should probably change his order to... I'll just get him to defend. Ah, shit, I can't change it because I started my turn with Otto. Whoops. Okay, we should be able to change it now. Yeah, there we go. Defend. Alright, cool. Lambo should be able to clear out these guys. Opponents are demoralized and want to flee. No, let's finish them off. I just get a little bit of experience fighting these things. It's a pretty easy fight to start things off, but I think our party is gonna be strong enough that we don't have too much to worry about here. I think that's a new plant, maybe. Oh, no, it's snow iris. There we go. Easy game, easy life. Ariamula says, maybe you, but my run just fine, and as a player, we can choose who we want to fight. Yeah, that's true. So long as, yeah, I mean, so long as you're preparing for the right fights and stuff, and going into the fights prepared, usually you're fine, and like choosing who you fight against is really important, especially in the early game. But occasionally you can run into fights that could be trouble. Arya says, perhaps there is a new enemy that can deal true damage like normal hit while using armor. And he says, yeah, we need it. Yeah, 100%. And Tuan says, yeah, I agree. Yeah, the game is, once you get to a certain stage, feels a little bit on the easier side of things. I'm gonna give him more crit, just because the axe that he's using gets a little bit of a bonus if he critical hits Wrist Breaker. Critical hit applies disarm to the target, which is nice. But we're kind of using him as mostly as like as a tank. So Constitution would have been an okay choice there, but we'll give you a little bit more critical hit as well. Just your critical hit's not crazy. More Constitution option as well, because she also is being used as a tank. How did this creature pass itself off as a mere merchant? Yes, indeed. How did it? Hilda.
Speak to us with the deference we deserve. The King's Knights are the elite of the Alazarian army, not some lowly commoners in armor like the Count's soldiers.
Oh, she's spicy.
The more time passes, the bolder the lycanthropes get. At first, they were only attacking isolated travellers, but now they've slaughtered a whole inn full of people.
You can keep your thanks and the reward that creature promised you. My knights were simply doing their duty by defending our good people from those monsters.
All right, cowboy.
Our scholars call them lycanthropes. Their ability to return to human form makes them extremely difficult to track down. They can hide themselves among the common people to devour or contaminate them, and no one suspects a thing. When His Majesty tasked our order with exterminating those creatures, my knights had to learn to be suspicious of everyone and everything. I urge you to do the same. If you get bitten, you could become a lycanthrope yourself. I'm giving you this advice because your men look experienced and brave. We'd welcome some support from a company like yours. The Count and his guard have so thoroughly neglected their duties that this new scourge is now threatening Regal's stability. Excellent! In that case, I'll assign you a mission that we don't feel that we don't have the time to complete.
Uh-huh.
Deliver this to the head surgeon waiting in our camp, but be quick about it. Patience isn't one of his virtues, if he has any virtues at all.
All right, new mission. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about the
Might I interest you in my
the whole
humble wares, my good sirs?
werewolf sort of thing. Like I mean, like, I don't know. It fits in with the lore and everything, but like Wartales is kind of tippy-toed around the whole sort of fantasy edge, and it's just kind of like dipped its toes into fantasy, whereas this just like dives like straight in to the fantasy. So I guess those are the those must be the patrols that we've got to deal with, so be careful of those guys, though. Might not be a bad idea to get into some fights with them just to see what kind of gear they drop. So yeah, I'm not. H2 says rough crowd right here. No, I think I definitely know where they're coming from, and you know, the game. I definitely like one of the things about this game is the challenge, and with a lot of the new additions to the games and things like that, and once you get to the late game, maybe that challenge is not as much as it was earlier on. Oh man, I can't pronounce that. Natanoki says how to get more gold. And H2 said trade goods and bounties are my go-to. Yeah, trade is a great way to make gold if you want to do it sort of son of a bitch, we're headed up in that direction. I thought for sure they'd fill this in before they start expanding in that direction, but hey, fuck, whatever. Yeah, if you want to do things kind of on the up and up, trade is a good way to boost your income. And there's a couple of recipes that you can get that really improve your trade. So at the Tavern of Fortune's Made in Gothenburg, which is right there, there's a recipe for mead pike, which I'll show you what it does in a moment. And then at the Well-Earned Rest Fishery, there's another recipe that's really good. And then there's a feast recipe, which I think is at the Taverns of Fortune Made, or it might be at the Midnight Gardens. But in any case, these three locations, it might just be these two locations, the fishery and the Tavern of Fortune's Made, but maybe the Midnight Gardens you might need to go to get the feast recipe. But in terms of trade, those recipes will give you a big edge for trade. So where is it? So seed sausage, bonus sales price of trade goods increased by 10%. So boost up the sale price of your trade goods. The mead pike, where is it? Mead pike, run speed increased by 10%. And then you need the mead pike for the broker's table. So I think it's mead pike, Gothenburg wine, and brandy. And then the seed sausage. So run speed increased by 15%, and then bonus, the purchase price of trade goods reduced by 20%. So you hit this one, you eat this before you purchase the goods, and then you have the seed sausage before you sell the goods, and you can make a really great profit. And yeah, if you want to do it seriously, figure out where the lowest price for the trade goods are and where the best price, because different areas will give you more money for the trade goods. But if you essentially, though, the best price you'll get for most of the goods is Pear Blast. If you take the time, if you have the Balerian DLC coming out here, will give you. But that's an easy way to make money. I mean, it's just not the most exciting way, but if you want to do things on the up and up. But if you don't want to do that, what we've been doing in this campaign is over the course of the campaign, we've been collecting skill books. And even though this is a bit of an exploit or a bit of a cheese, it does take a little bit of skill to do as well, or a little bit of preparation. Part of the reason why we have so many horses is for the horseshoes to increase our speed. And the reason why we want to increase our speed is because we're constantly running with a high suspicion level, which makes this method a bit riskier. But with all of these horses, you can usually get away from the guard. But essentially what we do is when we visit the Brotherhood training grounds, we steal skill books. And then, so once we have skill books, we sell them to the Brotherhood training ground first, and then we steal them back. So you just have to wait till your suspicion goes below 500, and we never have a problem for money by doing that. Yeah, so it's a little bit of a cheeky strategy, but if you're if you're not opposed to that sort of thing, that's an option for you. But yeah, that's essentially it. H2 says trade goods and bounties are my go-to, and Kahuna says master gold card too. It's not a cheat at all, Otto. Yeah, I guess it's like I said, like this. Even like the things that are feel sort of like cheats in the game usually come with like some kind of negative side effect, which the suspicion. I mean, there are advantages to having a high suspicion level, but it's there is some element of risk to it as well.
If you're here to ask me to make you a lantern, I'm afraid you're out of luck, friends. I've only just arrived from the capital. I haven't the slightest idea how to forge that kind of item.
Ariamula says, sell loot armor or weapons if you are lazy to do trade goods from other country. Yeah, exactly. That works really well as well. Selling the... But yeah, bounties are the best way, or a good way to just grind out some coin, stuff like that. Like, there's lots of different ways to make money in the game. You can even, like, craft gear. Like you could potentially survive in the game by just collecting resources and crafting gear and selling all of that stuff, right? What's the thing that we're supposed to deliver something? I just want to make sure I don't sell it. I don't know if it was that scalpel or not. It might have been. Maybe we'll just hold on to it for now. Shows where Winthrops needs to be escorted to. Medicine. Remedy of the Ancients. No, that's not it. Oh, we still need to unravel. I don't know. Actually, it should... we should be able to see what it is on the map, actually. Objectives. Drumback. Auxiliary forces. Follow the mission instructions to complete this objectives. Deliver the mysterious cargo. Okay. Mysterious cargo. Okay. So we can sell that scalpel. That's... Sorry.
If you're here to ask me to make you a lantern, I'm afraid you're out of luck, friends. I've only just arrived from the capital.
Let's sell that chewed up ball. I don't think we need to hold on to that. I was kind of keeping it as a memento. I feel like it's a unique item. We're not going to see too many chewed up roost balls as we play through the rest of the game.
I advise against even setting foot in the Weald without a lantern. Believe me, you won't survive the experience.
Ignacio Sancho says, is there a new class? Ignacio, welcome to the stream. And yes, there is a new class. It's sort of like it's a support class, sort of like a healer slash I forget what it's called exactly, but yeah, a support class. And your party members can also become werewolves now as well, which is a class, I guess, sort of. Kahunan says, in Tiltrin, you can hand over refugees at the lumber mill. Oh, yeah, that is another way to make money. To participate in the Tiltrin slave trade. Actually, I'm going to pick up that medicine just to have some extra, though. We've got plenty of ingredients if we need to craft some medicine. Should probably pick up some of that, and we should probably start stocking up on that stuff. I don't think we need more cures for the plague. Bleeding oil and exserating oil. As long as the unit is not engaged in combat, critical damage is increased by 10%, and critical hit increases 15% against engaged units. And bleeding oil. Every time a skill deals damage to a bleeding enemy, has a 25% chance to trigger bleeding damage. That's interesting. I'm gonna pick those up just to have them. We might tinker with a build at some point for those. See what we got in the market. Wanna maybe pick up some supplies.
I never received my latest shipment from Hosburg. Hard to say whether their caravan was devoured by lycanthropes or by the Weald itself.
Interesting.
She won't answer you. She got lost years ago in the Weald, darling. Her soul stayed there.
Shit, you know what? As I'm doing this, I'm just thinking about something here. There might be... Okay, no, Tiltrin says it's finished. There might be something that I didn't do in Tiltrin at the market. I'm just kind of remembering something that someone commented that I feel like I've never done.
Watching people on the market square was my daughter's only entertainment.
Ignacio says, what does it do, the new class? I'm not sure. We haven't recruited one yet. We'll probably take a look at one here as soon as we can, as soon as we find one.
Why have the lycanthropes taken that away from her? Why did the Weald have to inflict them on us?
Many of my customers have fled to Drombach in the capital.
Oh, look at that.
I'm starting to regret not having done the same.
A rabbit. I'm gonna pick up the rabbit just because I feel like we'll unlock a recipe here at some point for rabbit, and we might want to, we might need some.
Go away. I've got nothing to say to you.
Okay. It's a friendly fellow there.
The ones that called me Fraidy Cat were the first to leave. I may be afraid of trees, but the lycanthrope ain't been born what'll make me leave my tavern.
Apple crumble, we're probably going to need that. Chartreuse, best consumed ice cold. This drink is traditionally enjoyed after a meal by Alizarian nobles and the king's knights. Scoop those up. And our recipe for apple crumble. Take that. And take those bears too. Fuck it. Alright, we'll sing a little tune. See if we can lift the spirits of these poor folk here. Alright, that wasn't terrible. That could have been a little bit better. Ignacio says, I can't wait to leave work and install it. Yeah, I've been pretty excited to get this this fired up. Alright, what do we got here? We got a spearman. We've got an archer. And there we go. This is the new class here, the Fama Urge. I think we definitely want to recruit this dude so that we have one.
I was part of another group of mercenaries, but one morning they left without me.
It's fucking expensive as shit. We could send everyone to the tavern and bring them back just to make them a little bit more a little bit cheaper, but I'm not worried about the gold. It's just that's a lot of influence to pay for this guy. But fuck it. Yeah, it would save us a lot of money, but it's gonna take 5 minutes to send everyone to the tavern, bring them back, and then the other thing on top of that is we do also have to reorganize the camp if we do that, which is always a pain in the ass. All right, let's take a look at the build, the options that we have. I'm not sure what class we're going to make. We'll see what we've got here first. Alright, so Valorous Audacity. Every time this unit ends their turn next to the enemy and is not engaged in combat, you gain 1. Valiant Weight. Every time this unit ends their turn without using a skill, you gain a Valor point. Interesting. And Valor Support. I think we're probably going to go with Valor Support. Just because we want to be able to use his skills. And Valor Support is an easy one to manage. And probably he'll be hiding behind the rest of the crew anyway. Alright, so we've got Coordinator. I don't know if I like these... These look a little bit... like they were drawn with crayons. the images for the... Anyway, I guess they're not that bad. It'll just take a little getting used to. Alright, so we've got Coordinator. All allies in the area execute an attack of opportunity. You gain 1 Valor for each enemy killed this way. So that's actually pretty good. That's not bad at all. 1 Inhalation. Guaranteed critical hit for all units in the area. 2 Inhalations. Triggers a second attack of opportunity. Then targets gain 2 Rage. So that sounds pretty good. And it will allow him to wear medium armor as well. Which sounds nice. So we've also got Healing Concoction. Heals an ally for 30% of their maximum health and removes their debuffs. 1 Inhalation. Bounces to the ally closest to the target within 40 meters. And 2 Inhalations, the target gains Deflection. So... it could be useful. I feel like this is probably more for, like, if you're running, like, an animal-based party, maybe. And then we've got a Mixologist. Pathogenic Concoction. Applies 2 poisons to corrosion, bleeding, and burning to the target. Interesting. 1 Inhalation. This skill has already applied a status to the target. Triggers that status's damage. And 2 Inhalations applies an additional 2 poison and 2 corrosion. Corrosion, I think, takes away armor, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, this Mixologist sounds like it's got some potential as well. But, each one of these are a little bit more specialized, but this this could work really well in combination with maybe like a poisoner or whatever. But yeah, applying all of those status effects could be useful. But I think probably the Coordinator is what I'm going to go with. I think, but let's just take a look at what the other skills are, and that'll give us a better idea of which particular class we want to go with. So passive fumigation. Every time this unit inhales, applies the sensor's inhalation's effects to adjacent allies. Okay. Triggered when the unit uses sensor's inhalation. Okay, I see. Triggered if the unit has 1 inhalation. So I think what it seems to me is that his lantern thing here puts inhalations on troops, probably like an area of effect, and then depending on how many times they've inhaled what's coming from the thing, you'll get different amount of triggers from the inhalation. And then every time this unit inhales, they apply 2 protective smoke to themselves and adjacent allies. Protective smoke. Damage reduced by 5% per application. So fortifying inhalation. Yeah, I think we're going to go with Coordinator and maybe that fortifying inhalation for the protective smoke could be useful. When this unit inhales, applies the sensor's inhalation effects to adjacent allies. They have to be adjacent. And adjacent allies. Overblown. As long as this unit has 2 or more inhalations, enemies cannot engage them. Okay. When this unit purges, they apply 2 doping smoke to themselves and adjacent allies. Triggered when the new unit uses the purge skill. Doping smoke and adjacent. Doping smoke. Damage increased by 10%. Critical damage increased by 10%. And movement increased by 2% per application. The doping smoke sounds good. This guy is like a fucking fucking drug dealer or some shit. I don't know. Regular cleaning. This unit can purge multiple times per turn. The purge skill now costs 2 valor and is no longer considered a base action. Purge multiple times per turn. This unit purges upon 2 doping smoke. Putrid smoke. When this unit purges, randomly applies burning, bleeding, poisons, or corrosion to the adjacent enemies. So again, yeah, the mixologist. You could really stack some pretty nasty status effects on units. Second weapon. Can equip a second weapon and swap weapons in combat. Unstoppable. The unit becomes unstoppable and can pass through enemy ranks. And advanced medicine. When this unit heals another one, the healing is increased by an additional 5% of the target's maximum health. I don't know. I have no idea what the weapons are going to be, but I feel like the second weapon is maybe what we're going to use. Unstoppable might be useful for what we're going to try and use this guy with. Or for. Inhales deeply, then gains perfect delirium. What is delirium? Inhalation. Triggered when the unit uses inhale skill. Inhalation. Perfect delirium. After using a skill, immediately purge without using any inhalation. This unit takes damage equal to 20% of their health at the end of the turn. What does his thing do? So it's explosive concoction. Deals 17% to units in the 17 damage to units in the area. Okay, I see. So he's got the lantern thing. Inhale, so he can use inhale or purge. Cost increases by 1 valor for each subsequent use until the end of the turn. Oh. So he can inhale if you got like a ton of valor, and then you purge. Triggers the equipped sensor's purged effect. Inhalation gains 2 toxic miasma. Alright, interesting. Just out of curiosity, has that been added to our... Can we craft those things? Is it part of the... Okay. It's part of this armor list here. All right, we might want to hit the forge and see what we can create in the forge. I think I have an idea how I want to spec him out, but I'm not certain yet exactly. Aryamula says, damn, he smokes. That's why he uses inhale skill, because he has asthma and H2, the bard's smoky cousin. Yeah, no kidding. What should we... I think we're gonna name him Grumpf. I think. Actually, I'm not even... Is that how you spell it? Let me just double check my spelling. G-O... Okay. It's P-H. Oh, whoops. That's not an H. Hang on. Alright. Grumpf Benair is a dark elf wizard in the Dungeons and Dragons. Brother to Jarlaxle. And all around badass, cool character. Sort of like a chaotic Chaotic evil or good? I don't know. I don't know what you would describe him as. Actually, necessarily. What class should we make? We'll probably make him a cook because we can probably get him leveled up pretty quick as a cook, and it'll make him a little bit tankier. And also, him becoming a journeyman cook will give us a little bit more fatigue in the world. So we'll make him a cook for now. We could always give him another profession later on. And before we spec him out, I want to make some gear for him. Just hopefully have enough equipment on us. Fuck, what am I looking for? I don't even know what the hell the name of this this thing is. I can't wait till we can forge some of this, but the we don't have a master woodcutter yet, so we have not unlocked the we have yet to unlock the whatchamacallit, the resource you need for that armor. Iron spoon, no. I don't even know what the fudge these lanterns are called. Two-handed, one-handed axe, two-handed axe. It should be in the same list as this stuff. Oh wait, no, not that stuff. As this. Iron Katara, Ghost Claw, Beast Claw. Fuck. Do I have to... Hang on. Stoneware sensor. Okay. I must have missed it. Should be in the... Unless it's on its own. Is it... No. Alright, we're at the top of the list. Unless... Oh, you know what? I bet we have to make it in the apothecary. Maybe. Which would be weird. Maybe not. No, that doesn't make sense. Is it in its own separate list? Maybe it's in its own separate list. Ah, there it is. Alright, I guess we don't have to make that one. So what is this? Fumigation. Gains 2 toxic miasma. Deals 80% dexterity damage to units in the air. Applies 1 poison per stack to adjacent units at the end of their turn. When this unit ends their turn while adjacent to this unit, they consume 1 stack. So let's make the ghost sensor, because I think we have to make that before we can unlock the next one. Do we... Ah, shit. Wrong list. Alright, there it is. Cool. Is level 11, which means I think you won't be able to equip the Acadian Steel version of this thing. There's too much. The list is too damn long. Where is it? Dagger, bow, brawling crossbow sensor. Okay, frost steel sensor. Fumigation. Hail gains 2 toxic miasma. Okay. Applies 1 poison per stack to adjacent units at the end of their turn. Or when a unit ends their turn while adjacent to this unit consumes 1 stack. Ignacio says you could name him Nurgle. And a Cahonin says, why does your game look so dark? You know what? This is something that I meant to do. And I think probably it's just the brightness is down. I mean, this is the default brightness. But I'm going to bump it up. Let's see how that goes for you guys. Hopefully that's a little bit better for you guys. My apologies. But yeah, that should brighten things up. I think that's just the yeah, the default settings for whatever reason is really dark. All right. Unlock the master set. Oh, whoops. And we'll actually we'll probably should do the alterations. I think you'll have to use this one for now. But the we'll just get an Acadian steel version for him just to have ready until once he does level up to level 12. Shouldn't take too long to get him to level 12. We'll just get her ready. Yeah, so they all do the same thing. They just give more dexterity. Shit. Oh my god. Of course I would miss them on the last one. How many? Fucking, we got only 1 star there. Oh, yeah, we'll get this guy ready. Shit. Thought we still got the 2 stars. So that'll be ready for him when he hits the next level. Good. But I don't know that we're gonna have armor. Do we have any armor on us? Yeah, I put all of the armor back in the stored it all in the camp chest, and there's no travel post here just yet. Or yeah, I don't know if there's gonna be a travel post or not. But I think I'm kind of liking Nurgle as the name, so I think maybe we will switch him over to Nurgle. Oh, don't need that. And then I don't think we need the ghost sensor. So dismantle those. Where did he go? Grumph. Yeah, call him Nurgle. I like it. It's got a nice ring to it, sort of. We don't need this thing, so we can dismantle that. But yeah, we need some gear. for him. Alright, cool. I wonder if he can carry shields. Cannot. I might put Saint Septimus's mask on him, actually. So he can use regular bombs. Okay, that's level 14. Nurgle cannot equip a shield, apparently. Could use poison flask, but we'll give him. Oh yeah, he's okay. Perfect. He is just high enough level to use that, which means we can. Ah shit. Wrong character. We can dismantle this thing we don't need. Alright, cool. Alright, so how are we going to level him up? I think we'll go with Valorous Support. Because I want to use his skills. And I'm going to make him a coordinator. I think. To get those attack of opportunities. All allies in the area execute an attack of opportunity. Yeah, I'll go with that. Every time this unit inhales, applies sensors inhalation triggered when the unit uses inhale. Or every time this unit inhales, they apply 2 protective smoke to themselves and adjacent allies. Damage taken reduced by 5% per application. So we're going to use the fortifying inhalation. I don't know, maybe some of the other ones might be better. Just actually take those out of the... Because I want to see what happens when we upgrade these as well. So, alright. Upgraded. Gain 1 valor for each. Okay, so upgraded version, you gain 2 valor for each enemy killed this way. So that sounds nice. And then 4 rage. So it doubles the valor and the rage. That actually could be pretty handy. So we'll upgrade that. And then upgrading it. Apply super end to themselves within 4 meters. Okay, so the initial one is just adjacent allies. When you fortify it, it's all allies within 4 meters, which is nice. So we're just basically going to be using him to, essentially to help protect our troops. And also he will be able to deal damage through using the unstable concoction by triggering attack of opportunities. Alright, doping smoke. When this unit purges, they apply 2 doping smoke into themselves and adjacent allies. A doping smoke. Critical damage and critical hit increased by 10% and movement increase. I like that one. So unit can purge multiple times per turn. The purge smoke now costs 2 valor and is no longer considered a base action. This one is tempting because it allows us to purge multiple times. But I think I'm going to go with the doping smoke. I like the idea of increasing our critical damage and critical hit. Just, it's always fun. And then, alright, yeah, so it goes from adjacent to within 4 meters again. And then this. When this unit heals another one, the healing is increased by an additional 5% of the target's maximum health. Advanced medicine is not bad. Might go with second weapon, though. I don't think he needs unstoppable, but I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence between advanced medicine and second weapon. I don't know what the other lanterns are going to look like. So I'm kind of thinking to leave this for now. Advanced medicine might be useful. I really don't think he needs critical hit, right? Like, I think probably his willpower is already maxed out. I'm just wondering, probably movement, because we want him to be mobile. And probably constitution, I think, because we don't want him to die. But he's... Oh, oops. How did I end up on Kababia? But yeah, fuck. I know what happened. I put my my drink on one of the keys on the keyboard, is what happened. Yeah, and so give him a bit more constitution. So he's a bit tankier. But yeah, like I said, I really don't think he needs critical hit. Because he's not, like, it's not his primary role. Or at least it shouldn't be. But yeah, heaps of movement should be useful so that we can always make sure he's where he's supposed to be. And then a little bit of constitution to make him a little bit more durable. But yeah, lots of movement, I think, is what we're gonna go with. So yeah, I don't know exactly how this is gonna work out, but. And then I guess Nurgle can have a seat at the campfire, and we need armor for him. There we go. We'll put that. I think that'll work okay for him. As long as an enemy is adjacent to this unit, they are troubled. So if he does get attacked, the unit that's attacking him will sustain 20% of the damage dealt. And I feel like this is a fitting, you know, I feel like fits the character name. Yeah, I feel like that's that should work. And alright, do we have enough? No. We don't have Acadian steel or coal on us. Do you? What do you got for sale?
If you're here to ask me
Yeah,
to
I already
make
cleaned
you...
you out. Alright, You might just have to go, go naked for now. We have a Goon's kettle helmet. I'm just wondering. I'm sure it won't be long before we find some armor. Just before I forget, I want to put our skill books back in here. Where the fuck did my skill books go? There they are. Alright. Yeah, Nurgle's gonna have to go commando here for now.
Might she be looking for work?
Maybe. I'm curious what you got what you got in here. Loot the bandit's lair. We'll take on that. Because that's probably something we're gonna do at some point anyway. And we will help the lost child. While passing through Weald, young Gero's parents suddenly lost sight of their son. All they want now is to find their child's body so they can give him a decent burial. So we'll accept that one as well. These other ones, not too worried about. But I wouldn't mind clearing out a few of these to see if any quests for legendary weapons pop up. Right. Yeah, and I think we talked to everybody here, so we can start exploring a little bit. So we've got a mysterious cargo to deliver, so let's go do that. How big is this area? It's a decent size. It's not huge, but I mean, it's about the same size as the other provinces, I would say. Hianuin says, what did I miss? Not much. We just basically took some time to spec out our new character, who's named Nurgle. So we're going with Coordinator, Fortifying Inhalation, Doping Smoke, and I haven't decided which one of these we're going to go with next. It's between Second Weapon or Advanced Medicine. And he's going to wear St. Septimus's mask. And then we will probably, actually, you know what? You know, we can put some oils on his weapon as well. And probably consumables. Where did he go? Now that I think about it. Consumables, what do we got on hand at the moment? Oh, this is for our strategy table. I'm interested to see what that does. Forgot about that. Oh, but this use a valor-based skill that has a 50... I think the Braves oil will work good for him because we potentially be using his abilities fairly often, maybe. We should give him run. And he's already got first aid. We'll give him taunt, though probably we don't want to be using that with him. And we'll give him wrath as well. Bunch of skill points there. And then I think what we want to give him as well is the, if we've got it, which doesn't look like we do. No. The apothecary. We should give him, shit. What are we missing? We don't have any pristine essence. Can we cook up some pristine essence? I'm gonna make some, actually. Let's make, oh wait, no, we don't want to make flawed recipe. I'll make, I was thinking it was the Iharian recipe. I'll make 20 medicines because probably need those. Just give us a couple extra to work with. And we also... pristine essence. Okay, so we can only make one pristine essence. Yeah, all of our... We need to establish a trade post out here so we can access our other gear. I don't want to go back out of the province. But yeah, there's stuff we need access to. Okay. So we're gonna give him, we're gonna put the immunity oil, if we've, yeah, there it is. And we'll make the immunity oil concentrate, but we need to get a hold of some more of our supplies, essentially. But yeah, we'll go with the Braves oil and immunity oil. The Braves oil, though, potentially if you go with, if we were to go with the regular cleaner purge, in fact, what we might do is when we hit level 12, we might do class specialization and go with this one so that it can purge multiple times. And then the Braves oil could be a little bit more useful because it'll save us some valor. But yeah, we might do that. Where did that fucking, there it is, immunity oil. Yeah, because we don't want him getting poisoned or anything like that. Dwin says, Nurgle. And Kahuna says, where did you get that mask? I believe... I forget. I think it was from... I'm pretty sure it's... I think it was from the Crime and Chaos. So when you get to level 12 for Crime and Chaos, you'll get like a mysterious letter from the informant or whatever, and it'll basically like you'll get like these set of like special keys to go around to various locations to basically there's like hidden. It sets up sort of like a puzzle adventure where you go to various locations. For example, I think one of the locations is Lahart's Castle. Yeah, I think it's either Lahart's Castle or Veneros' Castle. One of these castles. But anyway, basically in the basement of his castle, there's a whole bunch of treasure chests. And they're all trapped. And there's sort of like a puzzle, like a mini puzzle game that you have to go through to figure out which chest the treasure is in. And so there's a bunch of them. I think there's one in each province. Or each of the first 5 provinces, I think. And I think it was the reward for finishing that, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, I could be mistaken. You can always look it up on, I think on the resource guide in Steam. It should say where you get it. But I'm pretty sure that's where you get it from. I've been wondering, like, I've been trying to figure out a build to use for it, and I feel like it suits this this character fairly well. Otherwise, like, it will work well on a tank because anytime units attack it, like units that are standing right next to it, every time this unit attacks, yeah, as long as the enemy is adjacent, it's similar. It's similar, but it works a little bit different. But it's similar to the Helm of Legends, where units that are adjacent to this become intimidated. So the damage that they take is an additional 20%. So Zwain here, wearing the Helm of Legends, deals out an additional 20% damage to units that are intimidated. And in fact, if he's intimidating a unit, other characters will actually deal out that 20%. Whereas this one works a little bit different. Units that are adjacent to it, when they attack him, or when they attack, they don't necessarily have to be attacking to him, but so long as he's adjacent to them, they sustain 20% damage of the damage dealt. So the units will be taking damage when they're hitting him. So it will work slightly different, but Kahunan says, the keys. Yeah, I think so. I'm not 100%, but I'm pretty sure that's where we got it from. Oh, son of a bitch. We have a belt buckle that would work really well for him as well, I think. The mysterious insignia. So I think this, we got it from the same place, from the same set of quests, I think. The occult powers that dwell in this insignia have made generations of bandits kill one another. If this unit ends their turn without having attacked this round, they gain the invisible status. Yeah, so that could be really useful for him. Because I don't know that this counts as an attack. Or the inhale. It's base actions. He does have bombs. But yeah, so could be interesting. Kahunan says I only completed one key puzzle. It was boring. Yeah, it was a little bit boring-ish, tedious kind of stuff. I know the last one that I did, I got a little bit frustrated with. The last one was the toughest. And I think essentially, like, I just kept setting them off until I figured out exactly where the proper keys were or whatever. But, oh, you know what? Let's just quick cook up a few things with Nurgle here to get him leveled up as a cook. See if we can get him up to Master Cook right away. Whoops. And actually, before we do that, shit, who has... Oh, I know who has one. Oomph has the Laborer's Headband. Just lend that to Nurgle here quick. Is there anything else that we could give him? An injury off. We'll give him that, I think, later. Because I feel like that suits him. But yeah, let's just cook up some stuff with old Nurgle. Just to get him, yeah, leveled up. I think we need to cook 10. Oh, we might have only needed to cook 5 of those, actually, yeah. Got some to apprentice. Cook some more of those. Alright, get some 2 experienced already. Pancake. Cattail says, I don't know what that is. Okay. It's in a language I'm not familiar with, but Cattail, welcome to the stream. Apologize if I can't quite understand what you're saying, but good to have you here. Coonan says, are of Legends I liked. Arena of Legends I liked. Yeah, Arena of Legends is really good, and you get some really good rewards. Like, all of that, like, I haven't done the Fellowship, so actually, we've done all 3 of them, and all 3 of them have really excellent rewards. Arena of Legends actually probably has the most rewards in terms of armor and gear, but the rewards you get for trade and craftsmanship are really, really good as well. But yeah, the Crime and Chaos, those 2 items, Mysterious Insignia and Saint Septimus' Mass, should actually work really well for that character, I think. But the trade and craftsmanship, in particular, one of my favorite helmets, is probably my favorite helmet in the game now, actually, is the one that Silver is wearing, the Broker's Morion. It turns him into basically a valor producing machine. We really lean on him to regain valor when we need it in fights. But yeah, I definitely think it's worthwhile to, like, one of the first things you can do to get things moving in the right direction or to make your playthrough a little bit easier is doing the trade and craftsmanship line, because it's relatively safe to do. It'll take you a little while, but it's the bonuses are really good. Like, there's a medallion that you get as well that is awesome. And I mean, we could micromanage it a little bit and squeeze even more out of it, but I mean, we don't need a ton of valor right now. But where is Sombra? Yeah, this thing is one of the rewards for trade and craftsmanship as well. professional experience accumulated by this unit after they are already a master is converted into knowledge. So that's fucking awesome too. Yeah, just really makes the campaign a little bit easier, a little bit smoother to go through. Kahuna says, Broker, Morion helmet, I have two, but it's in my bank. Oh, okay. I like it a lot. It works really well with archers. The way that it works. Or at least that's what I find kind of works really well. Ah, sugar. We need more syrup. Dang it. We need the syrup for our I cook one of those. Our brewing. Fused ribs. Some of those. And what else we got? Like fish terrine. Knowledge experience, we don't really need that. Vineyard cutlets, I don't think we need that. Two fish tartare. Yes, I want to cook some of those. Roast chicken and blue sauce. Animals reduce aggression. It's not bad. Like fish terrine. Cutlets, crocs wine. Yeah, and cook some of those. That uses up the rest of our hemp. But yeah, the Broker's Morion might be my favorite helmet in the game. It's just incredibly useful. It was one of those things that was sat in my camp chest for ages. Never really put it to use. But then when I realized how it, or when I kind of figured out how it works, and realized how useful it could be, I started using it all the time. Pretty much every fight, we take advantage of it. How close is he? Alright, yeah, he's close enough that we can get him the rest of the way to Master Chef. Just make some more of these. So the only thing is we used up a lot of our supplies there. But, alright. Tesserina and Stamp. Alright, I'm just going to give him this thing. Doesn't really need it, but I feel like it just works well with the theme of the character. The way that, you know, we're sort of speccing him out here. And then we'll give back to Oomph the headband. Alright, cool. I just wanted to quick check our brewing vat. Fuck. Yeah. Oh, we'll stop producing that. What else can we produce right now? Whiskey. Yeah, I just... And we're out of syrup, so we can't really produce that. Yeah, you know what? Movement speed in the world increased. Yeah, let's produce some Kirsch, because I do like movement speed. And the Kirsch is a little bit... Actually, hang on. The Kirsch is a little bit better than the Absinthe, right? Yeah, the Kirsch. And the Absinthe, I don't really want to use our Snow Iris for that. Though, I mean, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to produce a little bit of both. Just because we get the bonus from both of them if we happen to rest. We could make some mead, but I think the Kirsch, because this one increases happiness and increases movement speed, so it's like a little bit better. And then we could potentially age some of that stuff too. But all right, cool. Yeah, so we need to get some medium armor. Shit, I keep putting a marker on the map. Kahuna says, so it gives 2 valor points if you don't have it in the group. No, it does not. So essentially, oh, actually, step in the town. So what it does, the Broker's Morion, the way it works, and I'll show you the next time we get into a battle. So any unit that is standing adjacent to Silver becomes proud. So the unit has to be standing next to him. So any unit that's standing right next to Silver gets this status, proud. And what proud does is each time this unit deals a critical hit, they gain 1 valor points. So essentially when I start the battle, especially if we don't have any valor going into the battle, I'll position, usually it's Otto, but it could work really well with a recoil shot, with Archer, or it could potentially work, it's a little bit trickier to do, but it could potentially work with someone like a weapon like Dagon's Hammer, or a weapon with a big area of effect. But another bow, like a bow that does an area of effect, would work really well. But essentially, Otto's got 2 abilities, or 2 abilities that work really well with this. So he becomes proud, which means every time he deals a critical hit, he gains 1 valor point. So essentially, I'll sit, try and position Silver somewhere where we can hit multiple enemies at the same time with the piercing arrow. And every time one of those piercing arrows gets a critical hit, he gets a valor point. And then there's also suppressive fire, which is the same thing. So with the suppressive fire, sometimes you can hit 10 units at a time or 12 units at a time, which means you can accumulate that many valor points. Another thing that works really well with it is bombs. So if you have characters carrying bombs, if they're standing right next to Silver, again, they become proud. Who's got fucking bombs on them? Sambra should. Yeah, so if they're standing right next to Silver, they become proud, and then you just toss a bomb into a crowd of enemies, and every one of those hits that's a critical hit gains you a valor point. So it's incredibly useful. It's an engine for getting like a ton of valor. And then it matches with any other purple like legendary gear. So you get the little bonus from matching gear with it. So it's an awesome item. Maybe stay away from these guys for now. Oh, these guys have
Might I
something
interest
for
you in my
sale,
humble
but
wares, my good?
not what we're looking for. We need medium armor. I'm tempted to fight some of these guys. Ah, shit. I think we got turned around. We're going in the wrong direction. Let's just do a little bit of exploring the province. We barely, I mean, how... What are we like? Yeah, 2 hours into the stream and we barely even stepped foot into this province here. Cut some wood with old oomph here. I gotta say, the woodcutter takes forever to level up. So I guess it's kind of good to probably start the game with a woodcutter and get him cutting wood throughout the game. But yeah, just the danger of you just don't want to get him killed and lose all of that experience.
The people of London are distrustful of woodcutters. They say that the Weald is turning people into lycanthropes because we cut too much wood.
Bob just says, hey, yes, sir, snapped so well, waiting for the stream to start. Oh, yeah, apologies for taking so long to get things started. Just a busy day for me. I wanted to get the preview video up. I just kind of threw it together. I don't know how good it is, but I just kind of threw it together to just try and get something out.
What should I do instead? I've got my own family to feed.
And then while I was uploading the video, my mom was like, oh, when are we going to watch The Amazing Race? It's like the finale for The Amazing Race today. So, I don't know. I've been watching the series with her. I'm not really into it, but she's really into it. And I've got to work the rest of the weekend, so if I don't watch it today, we weren't going to get it. We weren't going to be able to watch it, basically, because I'm working all weekend. So I just wanted to finish that up before the stream, which worked out okay because the video was uploading in the meantime. Like, it was rendering first, which takes a little while, and then being uploaded. So, but yeah, that's why I was a little bit later than I anticipated. Not to mention, I slept in a little bit late this morning. I don't know. I couldn't get to sleep last night, and just decided. I mean, I probably could have. I definitely could have gotten up earlier, but I just thought about it, and I'm like, you know what? Like, the stream will probably benefit a little bit more if I am better rested before we start the stream. So I decided to sleep in a little bit extra, and yeah, basically as soon as I got up, threw the video together for the sort of like preview. Ah, shit. Man, I am really off with my lockpicking these days. Threw the video together, and then set the stream up. Quickly watched the amazing race with my ma while I had a bite to eat, and then yeah, here we are. God dang. God dang. There we go, we got it. Kababi says, no worries. I had the stream open 30 minutes in advance. Then it was just some great ASMR. All right, cool. Yeah, always happy to provide a little bit of sleep aid for everyone. Oh, man. I would love to steal that resin because we need resin right now, but our wanted level is too high. But anyway, not a huge deal. What do we got? Magnifying glass. This classic scholar's tool is used in botany, anatomy, and in the study of ancient texts. Woe betide the student who loses their magnifying glass, for they are difficult and expensive to make. Uh-oh. We need to... shit. Whew. That was close. I wasn't sure I was going to get the pitting down in time. Though it probably wouldn't hurt for us to fight some of those guys in order to hopefully scoop up some new armor. Because right now our newest party member, Mr. Nurgle, does not have any armor. Who are these guys over here?
Might I interest you, my humble way?
Yeah, we ran into you earlier. Let's see what's going on here. What you guys up to?
Oh, mercenaries, can I talk to you for one moment? We're in a pretty bad spot. We could use a little help to get through the Weald.
Morn says, so how is it? So far it's okay. We haven't really gotten into in depth. We fought one group of werewolves, murdered them pretty easily. Wasn't too bad. Like, I mean, our party is so overpowered, but they've got this this new character class in the game, which is more of a support class type character. I'm not sure. We haven't quite seen it. Well, we haven't seen Nurgle here in action just yet. But the other thing as well is characters can actually become infected and become werewolves also, which the werewolves, I believe, have their own sort of class tree, maybe?
The merchant who sold us what we thought was an authentic Rigel lantern wasn't as trustworthy as he seemed. We barely lit it up when it broke. All we have left are these few drops of fuel. It's yours, if you'll agree to guide us to Hosberg without getting lost in the darkness of the Weald. Oh, say yes, please, say yes. Our pilgrimage cannot end here. You'll need to get hold of a lantern. As far as I know, the only person around here who still makes them works for the King's Knights. I assume you'll have to get in their good graces to acquire one. We'll wait for you here as long as it takes. We don't have much of a choice, do we?
All right. It seems a little on the desperate side. Yeah, so this is the forest, the Weald, which... Yeah. Alright, so mental health is a new troop gauge that determines how far your troop has descended into madness. Within the Weald, certain events can affect your mental health, like hallucinations or specific combat challenges. If your mental health drops to 0, you'll be cast out of the Weald, and your panicked troop will suffer injuries. Yeah, so we need a lantern to go through the forest there. The forest is so dense that no light can get in there, which is kind of a cool little concept. Definitely gonna make things interesting. But yeah, we're just kind of exploring the province a little bit right now. Morn says, is there any downside to being a werewolf? I don't know. I'm not sure exactly. None of our characters have become werewolves yet, so I'm not entirely sure how it works and what the werewolves. I don't really know
Captain
yet.
Oswald has asked me to make a lantern for you. Apparently, you're part of our auxiliary forces. Congratulations.
It's interesting that she knows this before. Can you see into the future? Because we haven't even spoken to your boss yet.
I'll do my best, but don't expect any miracles. This type of item is difficult to forge. I'll need a bit of time before you can go off and explore the Weald.
Though I guess, okay, you know what? Never mind. We did actually talk to this guy earlier. We encountered him earlier in the playthrough.
The head surgeon is the King of Alazar's personal physician. Even so, it's hard to say if he was sent here for his skill or because His Majesty wanted to get rid of him.
Everyone at court knows that Count Adra Hosberg is incompetent. If he'd called on His Majesty the King a little earlier, Rigel wouldn't be in such a state.
What have you got there? Are those from Captain Oswald? Well, don't you stand there. Give them to me, by St. Jeru. These graphs must be intact if I'm going to get anything out of them.
Alright, mysterious cargo.
What do you expect me to learn from a punctured eyeball and a half spleen? Does Captain Oswald think I'm Sophia de Alazar? This country is driving me mad, mercenaries. I can feel myself sinking into despair.
Uh-oh.
I can't even figure out the connection between this eye-forsaken Weald and the lycanthropes. Everyone in Rigel will turn or be devoured, and the scourge will spread all the way to the capital. I don't care that you never went to university. I'm officially appointing you as my surgical assistants. Go back to that idiot captain and tell him not to go anywhere near the lycanthrope carcasses. No, you will be collecting their graphs instead.
Cool. We could definitely use those pristine essence, actually.
Off with you then. My research can't wait. Until I figure out where lycanthropy comes from, this disease will continue to spread, no matter how thoroughly the King's Knights tear up the county.
Okay. Alright, so we gotta go back. Ah, shit, I keep clicking on this. We go back to the woodcutters camp. Talk to them. These guys don't seem to be bothering us, though.
You? Assistants to the head surgeon of Alazar? He really got you, mercenaries. I don't suppose he even bothered to explain what a graft is, did he? The lycanthrope's organs have certain anomalies. Things you'd expect to find in the Weald rather than inside an animal. Revolting stuff. But the head surgeon claims they're the key to understanding this scourge. So sample away, my dear assistants, as soon as you find a lycanthrope.
Lycanthrope bile times
These
3.
creatures are anything but stupid. The disease doesn't seem to affect their intellect. The clues they leave behind are few and far between. See for yourself.
Companions retch and gag at the sight of a severed leg. All that remains of the occupants of this camp, paw prints lead off to the west.
You've got a keen eye. I almost regret turning you over to the head surgeon. Perhaps I would have done better to keep you with me. Lead the way, mercenaries, and we will follow.
How did they manage to kill this man? We were right over there.
The Count claims that the Weald has a will of its own, and that it's a forest itself that has cursed Rigel. A belief that's both heretical and irrational.
Alright. Is there... Just wonder if there's more stuff that we have to investigate here. Okay, we'll follow the trail. Yeah, I was wondering about those footprints. I figured that there was something to do with that. Got a group of deserters. Oh, shit. So we should be able to trigger an ambush. Yeah, look at this. Alright, this is going to be interesting. How many of them are there? 20, 28, 30, 32. Okay, so... Yeah. They've got some lycanthropes in their party here. Alright, but we did trigger the ambush, which is always nice. Make things a little bit easier. I will probably test some things out with our new crew member, but this is gonna be a good opportunity to show Kahoonin how the Broker's Morion works. I want to get everybody together on this side. I don't want to leave anyone isolated. Gonna avoid it. Alright, looks pretty good. It's nice we got some new tunes in the game as well. Alright, I think I've got everybody over here. I'll leave you there. Softer units in the back. Position there. You up front. Yeah. Just see if we can figure out how to use this guy. I'll put you right there. Okay, so silver, I'm gonna put silver in there beside Otto. And let's switch the two of you. Switch the two of you. Choose the group center purge. Costs 1 for each subsequent use until the end of turn. Inhalation gains 2 toxic miasma. Inhalation loses 5% of their health per stack. Toxic miasma. And unstable concoction. All allies in the area execute an attack of opportunity, gain 2 for each enemy killed this way. Okay. So they probably have to be at least adjacent to the enemies for that to work, but just want to put this on the top row. Let's reorganize this skill tree here. All right. Yeah, we gotta be careful with Nurgle until we find some gear for him. Clearly. Fireforge out front, and you should be out front as well. I'll switch the two of you. And this looks pretty good. Actually gonna switch you two. Alright, yeah, I think this is alright. Alright, yeah, so Broker's Morion. We basically just position Otto right beside him, try and get the best spot. But these guys are lined up fairly good. Actually, I should have double checked who was going to go first. That guy's going to go first. But yeah, basically, what we want to do is hit as many guys as possible with his shot here. We might be able to get more than that if we take a step over. Yeah, I think we're just gonna be oh shit. Oh, we're just gonna be able to get the 3. We could probably get more if we use aim, but I wouldn't use aim to target that guy to make sure we kill him. But yeah, we just line it up, hit these 3 guys. We get 3 critical hits, which is gonna give us 1, 2, 3 valor points, which is awesome. And then, I mean, we could use this, and we'd get, like, as many valor points as critical hits that we get there. But, we'll save that because we don't really need it. But we'll snipe that guy. But yeah, it's so useful. It's such a great little item. And like I said, the units... Batman here has a bomb, so if Batman stands beside Silver in the same way and tosses a bomb, he can gain Valor for every critical hit from the bombs. It was just an awesome, awesome helmet. Boppy on to Rampage. Alright, who is next? I mean, we could send Silver in there and then demonstrate a little bit more his whole, how he accumulates Valor. Kill Seamus. Where did I put Freebird? Yeah, so we can do the same thing here with Freebird. Come over here. We'll aim. And then... there we go. It's those 4 guys, and boom, 4 Valor points. Easy game, easy life. And take a shot on that guy. Kahunan says you don't, so you didn't use any skill at Silver, just stand next to him. Yeah, so any unit that's standing beside Silver becomes proud. As soon as you step away from him, they're no longer proud. But it's, yeah, it's basically you want to put a unit right beside him. So I'll put, let's bring Silver into, well, we'll bring Silver right into the middle of the fight here. And, actually, hang on. Let's maybe clear some of them out first. So he doesn't have enough movement to get to us. But I will, yeah, Silver doesn't have quite enough movement to get to this guy. So we'll wait a second before, though I guess, I mean, I could use run. Yeah, I guess, okay, we'll use run. And then I'll show you how it works with silver as well, like right in, like with a melee unit. But like the thing is with the melee units, it's a little bit trickier because you got to get right into the action with your character. Let's actually switch weapons to this one. And then we should be able to... yeah, get all three of them there. And then we can take that one out and switch weapons back to this. And kill him. Alright, actually he had more movement than I anticipated. But I'm gonna position silver right there. Alright, we'll bring... so who's up next for them? That guy. It's a bomber as well, so we want to make sure we try and kill him. Alright, yeah, so... Batman comes up, stands behind him, or besides him, becomes proud. So each time this unit deals a critical hit, they gain a valor point, and then we just toss a bomb in here. And then boom, we had 5 critical hits. I mean, we're at max valor, but we get a valor point for each one of those hits. It's a pretty cool... yeah, it's a really awesome helmet. Yeah, it was a bit confusing. Like, it took me a while to figure out how you're supposed to use it. It was a little bit confusing to me, the way that it's worded. But incredibly useful. Let's get right into the center here and drop low blow to hit these guys with blackout, and then we'll just we'll fall back to here. Kababia says, I got scared Kababia was bolting for the exit again. Yeah. I mean, it was, that battle was, whatchamacallit, a unique fight, like a special fight where you've got to exit the battle, but the AI definitely didn't seem like it wanted to waste any time there. Actually, if you come up here and we run in between here. Oh, use challenging shout. We'll be able to get one more guy with challenging shout. Though, I could hit all of them with that, but I think probably... that'll be better. It's just out of range there. But yeah, Silver's helmet there, the Broker's Morion, has saved my ass in so many different situations now. Just really, really useful item. Let's get to work with you. And we'll drop this down to use a little bit more valor than maybe I'd like. Don't want to drop too far down below just in case we run into trouble, but I don't think we're gonna have too much difficulty. Actually, over here, hit him. You might. Shit, almost. All right, close enough. But yeah, our party is so tricked out with gear and gotten to the point where they're leveled up now that it will be it's unlikely that we're gonna run into any kind of problems. And then yeah, so Antrari, and you could hypothetically have multiple units stand beside him as well, to gain the status, and just gain more valor. And yeah, the thing is, that's the other thing is too, is so Antrari right now is orderly, generates twice as much valor. So if you trigger your tactical order before standing next to Silver, you can get even more valor. So I mean, just lots of different ways you can go about things, but it's pretty useful. And then just hopefully these guys will drop a set of medium armor for Nurgle, because he's naked right now. Come back around this way. No, I think we're gonna finish them off. Just take us an extra moment. But I'm in a murdering type mood here, and probably best we not let any of these lycanthropes to escape and spread their cursed disease. Shit. Didn't get the kill there, which means he's out of juice. But anyway, good little bit of work there by Antrari. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how useful this guy is gonna be necessarily, but maybe we'll find some uses for him. All right, we'll charge up. Oh, whoops. Charge up a chroma and get a chroma into action here in a moment. And she should be able to finish everybody off. Actually, before we use a chroma, I just kind of want to see how this guy works, Nurgle. So let's test him out here. Inhalation. Cost increased by 1, so subsequent use until... So we use the inhalation. Toxic miasma. Inhalation. Loses 5% of their health per stack at the end of the turn. So, protective smoke. Damage reduced by 5% per application. So does that mean toxic miasma? Ah, okay. Health at the end of the turn. Inhalation. Purge. Deals 80% damage to units in the air. Inhalation gains 2 toxic miasma. Okay, so essentially he sniffs his lantern here, which grants units nearby bonuses, but it also applies inhalation on him. He loses 5% of his health at the end of his turn. And it also gives him toxic miasma. Applies 1 poison per per stack to adjacent units at the end of the turn. Let's try this. See what this does. Okay. Inhalation. Guaranteed critical hit for all units in the area. Triggers a second attack of opportunity. All allies in the area execute an attack of opportunity. Gain 2 valor for every enemy killed in this way. So apparently they have to be engaged to get that attack of opportunity, is what it looks like. Because that's what I wanted to test out. Big Booty should have, I think, gained an attack of opportunity there. But now I think when Purge. What does the Purge do? Triggers the equipped sensor's Purge effect. Does 80% damage to units in the area. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, I'm still sort of trying to figure out how this unit works, but I think we've got a grip on it. At the end of their turn, applies 1 poison per stack to adjacent units at the end of their turn, or when it ends, consumes 1 stack. I think the Purge gets rid of the toxic miasma so that he doesn't actually take damage. But also, I believe is he invisible now? Brave. Protective smoke, galvanization, orderly. Maybe not, because I think that... No, I don't think so. Doesn't say. But he does... I was going to say he does seem a little bit lighter or whatever. Yeah, I think the Purge counts as an attack, or it must. So, I don't think it... So I think this... As long as this unit is clear of enemies, they are invisible to them. Losing this status triggers a guaranteed critical hit. I'm not sure who gets the guaranteed critical hit. Like, does he give a critical hit, or do the enemies get a critical hit? Is kind of what I'm... Anyway, it's going to take me a little while to figure out exactly what's going on there, but anyway. It's got some potential. Probably, like... Definitely... Obviously a specialized type unit, but I think there's definitely some potential there to make to do some stuff with it. Hugh in the Wind says, try to catch the werewolf. Okay. Alright, we'll try and catch that one because I want to kill this one. Kahuna says, so maybe I take it out of the bank and give someone to use. Yeah, I highly recommend it, man. It's a great item. If once you get used to how it works, the Broker's Morion there. Shit, I could have used the grappling hook there to save some movement, but anyway. Yeah, can't use the grappling hook on animals. Unfortunately, but yeah, just don't kill him with 1 hit, please. Alright. That should be good enough. We might have to soften him up a little bit before we can capture him. Probably Show of Force should do the trick. Shit, I killed him. I don't know, I feel like we should have been able to capture... We might not be able to capture them, I don't know. Alright, amazing. Picked up a medium armor, which is exactly what we need. Sombra leveled up. Yeah, give you some more critical hit. Should work fine. Yeah, we're getting close to having a few crew members completely leveled up. Yeah, still on the fence what we're going to use here. We'll just keep that as is, but we can give him some armor now, at least. Ah, shit, no we can't. Level 15 required. God damn it. Yeah, never mind. Well, just gonna have to go ahead naked. Shit, I thought those guys were maybe who we were looking for here, but I guess they're not. Isolated mine. Very interesting. What else do we got back here? Alright, cool. Let's drop a piton right here. It's a good spot for one. And I want to get right to the edge of the map just to tidy up our map a little bit. So apparently it's leading right to the mine here. What do we got going on here?
By Saint Isaiah, can't you see I'm working?
Cahunan says, how did you heal yourself? There are oils on that weapon, on Akroma's weapon, that allows her to heal. So we've put conversion oil. Every time a skill deals damage, has a 50% chance to restore an amount of health equal to 20% of the damage dealt. So 1/5 of the damage she gets healed for. Well, she has a 50% chance to heal that, but we've put the conversion oil concentrate to make it 100%. So every time she strikes, she gains health worth 20% of the damage she's dealing. And then in addition to that, we've put the soothing oil on there as well. She'll gain, every time she hits a critical hit, she gains 5% of her maximum health. So 5% of 118 is another 5 or 6, maybe 7, about another 7 health that she heals on, in addition to the 20% damage she deals. So with this Ulfbart, if we can get her to 100% critical hit, she basically has endless hits with the frantic chain, because she can heal back the damage that she's using. So frantic, this unit loses 25% of their health the next time they use frantic chain, and then we basically can gain all of that back with those healing oils. So that's yeah, which is incredibly broken, but try to use her a little bit sparingly, but if we need her, put her into action.
We have no need for mercenaries.
What brings you to this mine, mercenaries?
This guy looks suspicious.
Oh, we left tracks in the snow, didn't we?
So we better hurry up and kill you before the knights arrive.
Well, shit. Yeah, these guys don't look overly friendly. 27 with reinforcements coming in. Let's see if they put up more of a fight than the last bunch that we dealt with. And do want to kind of I'm gonna see if we can get Nurgle. Actually, yeah, we've got. I don't know why it puts these guys down as reinforcement. We don't really need Poppy, I guess, but there's plenty of deployment spaces, so I don't know why they're set to come in as reinforcements. It's a little odd, but anyway, whatever. Alright, yeah, so gonna do the same thing again. We'll get Silver up front, and then we'll get Otto in beside him. And then we'll just have these guys as backup, and I think we'll probably put you on this side. Don't know if I necessarily want everybody in the middle there. So, looks like... Does anybody see Kababia? Did we lose our bear? Oh, there he is. Yeah, Kababia can stay there, and Zwing can probably stay there too. And you can come over here. And then just let's switch Odin and you. Alright. You guys can stay in the center. They should be able to tank out any damage that they need to, but I don't feel like we'll have to worry too much about that. Alright, yeah. So, Otto, come on up. Shoots these guys. Boom. Gets us 3 Valor right to start. And then what we can also do, actually before we do that, let's use this and snipe this guy. And then I'm gonna shoot at these guys right here. And then we're at full Valor, and we've still got galvanized troops in our pocket if we need it in the next round. Kababia says the game really has you fighting 50 werewolves at once. What the? Yeah, they're so far they haven't given us much trouble. Like our party is just so OP that it's I don't think we're gonna run into too much trouble. All right, I want to muck around a little bit with Nurgle again and see if we can figure out how exactly he works. Because it is definitely a very confusing sort of the wording and stuff is a little bit on the confusing side. Shit. Alright, I'm going to taunt you. Alright, Kababia. Oh no, don't kill him! Ah, dang it. Dang it. I wanted, okay, that's fine. Alright, Alright, we'll try it here with Big Booty. Okay, let's see now. Nurgle. Okay, so I want to see if we can trigger the insignia. If this unit ends their turn while having attacked during this round, they get invisible as long as the unit stays clear of enemies that are invisible to them, losing this status. Which means, you know what would be good, actually, is Unstoppable might actually be pretty good for him, so he can get in and out. Yeah, see, he's blocked off right now to get in here. Anyway, we can use Run in the meantime, but... Alright, so what I want to do is... Oh, shit. That's not what I wanted to do. Oh, yeah, the trouble now. That's the effect of his thing. Okay. We'll take a inhalation. Toxic miasma. I'm not going to trigger the purge this time, though. And see what happens. See if we take damage. Loses. I don't know. It's very... All allies in the... Okay, I want to try this. Okay. Yeah, so in order to trigger that, he has to be... They have to... I think they have to be engaged. And then... Okay, damn it. I wanted to try and trigger the insignia, but I think it's... I'd rather... Okay, it's not going to work anyway. What happens if we do this? Okay. Yeah, I don't want anyone to get bitten by one of these werewolves. At least not yet, anyway. I don't want one of our companions to become a werewolf until I'm certain that we can potentially cure them from the disease. But I think if we get bitten by one of these things, I think they can potentially turn us. Yeah, I think one bite could potentially turn us into a werewolf. Kebab, says Kebab close to the emergency exit. It's true. He is close to the emergency exit there. God. Good old... Okay, let's hit these two with this. And then we can hit you with this. I wasn't really... Wasn't paying attention to who's going next, but yeah, this fight is almost over. Yeah, so we'll stand silver there, and then somebody could potentially throw a bomb in there, or even, yeah, so the helmet even works with melee, with melee as well, though he didn't score a critical hit there, though. Didn't do it there either. Oh my god. Aurora. Making me look bad here. Anyway, but yeah, had she gotten critical hits there, it would have, we would have scored some valor. Not that we need it, but yeah, it's just, again, it's such a useful item. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Fire for... Okay. Uh-oh. Okay, he died. Took some damage. What's this, slowdown? Alright, well, it doesn't say anything about potentially being infected, but it's possible that, Silver or Fireforge are, going to become werewolves, though. I think it was only Silver that got bitten. They are pretty tanky. I mean, we're hitting them pretty hard, and they're absorbing a fair bit of the damage. It's not like we're... Trying to get 3 of them in this stampede here. Relentless charge, but... Yeah, I think we'll just get 2 of them. Shit. Shit. Fucked up. Alright, Oomph there used up a little bit more valor than probably should have. But anyway. Alright, let's get Lambo in action. Ah, shit, she's out of movement. Apparently we're gonna have to kill all of them, by the looks of things. Oh, shit. Wasn't supposed to survive that hit. Actually stay in defensive stance. Who's next? Who's next? Comrade, I think should be able to. I wonder if they're weak against fire. Jack says, does your game ever crash when your other screen is playing a video? Not really. I haven't really experienced very many crashes with the game. Like, I can't even actually think of one instance when the game is... Well, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I can't remember... I don't know. I can't think of a time when the game has really crashed. Like, it might have happened, but it's very rare. And, like, I'm playing another video in the screen. Like, I've got 4 screens going. 2 of them are... Like, my setup is somewhat convoluted, to be perfectly honest, the way things are operating. Like, essentially, I've got 4 monitors. And, 4 monitors and 2 computers. And so right now, things are configured in a way that I'm using 2 screens for each computer, but each computer has... So basically, each computer has a dedicated monitor that only that computer can use. The other monitors, the other 2 monitors, can be configured so that like there's enough HDMI ports that I can have both computers connected. So essentially, each computer can use 3 screens. So there's a lot going on here, and like I said, it's kind of convoluted and it's hard to explain. To be honest, it sounds like a bit of a mess, which it is in some respects, but it's yeah, it's pretty crazy what I can do here. But anyway, long story short, there is a lot going on with my setup, and I've never really experienced any crashes. However, the game does definitely have some optimization issues, which I have experienced quite a bit, and there's one in particular that's that really irks me, which I'm kind of trying to find some form of fix for. But yeah, most of the issues that I've had with the game are more sort of like performance related. Haven't really experienced very many crashes. Like, it's, yeah, the number of crashes is so rare that I can't really think of an instance where the game has crashed. To be perfectly honest. All right, hit him with this first. Knock him back. Oh, or just kill him outright. Jack says, I have 2 monitors. Cahunin says sounds like a mess. It does sound like a mess, but it's not really like yeah, it's set up that way so that I can, like I said, like each computer has a dedicated monitor that only that computer can work, and then the other two monitors can be set up so that I can use them on either monitor. So either monitor can, or either computer can use up to three screens at a time. So I can pretty much set things up so that one computer is running three screens at 3 screens, and the other computer is using one screen, or I can set it up so both computers are using 2 screens, or I can set it up so that the other computer is using 3 screens and the other computer is using 1 screen. So it's just, yeah, it sounds like a mess, and probably anyone who like would come in to use my setup would confuse the bejesus out of them initially. But once you understand how things are sort of connected and set up, and why they're set up that way, it makes sense, I think. Yeah, we'll give you a little bit more critical hit. Gets you over 100% for right now. Alright. Lycanthrope bile. Okay. Found in the lycanthropes gallbladder. What did that say? What just happened there? What did I press? This amber hue bile is sticky with an off-putting resonance odor collected from any type of lycanthrope found in the Weald. Well, doesn't that sound fun? We're collecting bile from these things' bladder. Guys, speaking of bladders,
between the way my men and yours handled this task. Let's hope the head surgeon doesn't agree.
I really need to use the washroom, so give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Ooh, sorry guys, I really needed to go there. Anyway, Jack says, it's a mess, but you're a mess, so you're fine. This is true. This is true. Organized chaos, I guess.
Go back and deliver these graphs to him. I'd go with you, but I try to avoid talking to him more than strictly necessary. His personality is quite detestable.
How much do you want to bet that this guy is going to turn out to be one of the werewolves? How much do you want to bet? Comrade. I'll give you some more crit. Probably don't need more movement. Wouldn't mind getting a little bit more movement on her. But it's not critical at the moment. Why do we need to steal this from number 1, bandits, number 2, bandits that were werewolves, and number 3, bandits that were werewolves that are all dead? And we have to steal it. That's ridiculous. Anyway. But yeah, essentially, with 4 monitors, I can have six different screens set up simultaneously. I just have to. So I can run something on a monitor and then switch the monitor to a different screen. Like right now, the monitor I'm recording on, or getting the recording from, is set up to the gaming PC, and the other PC is streaming via the caption card. But the monitor that I'm actually recording from is being used for Chrome. Like I'm not even looking at that monitor, and because the game is being played on two monitors, and so I'm looking at a different monitor to play the game, and the game that the actual recording is recording from is being used for something else. Which sounds probably a lot more confusing than... Yeah, anyway, that probably just confused the issue more. Anyway, I guess this is all information that you guys probably don't need, but the point I was trying to make was that there are many things going on here. We've got 4 monitors running, and they're all running various things and tasks and videos and stuff, and it hasn't caused the game to crash. But the performance is not great. Like, actually, right now, we're getting some pretty bad sort of jankiness, which it might not be a bad idea to maybe reload the game. London town. This is the initial town we started at. In here, we haven't explored a whole lot, just a tiny corner so far. But I did want to just hop into the camp. I am tempted to reload the game just to see if we can get the game running a little bit smoother. Oh shit, what do we have here? Alright, yeah, class specialization. Thing is, if we were running a smaller party, I would probably go with the piercing shot, just because you only get so many braveries. Like, you can only use a bravery once per battle, per character, and you can only use one per round. And if you're running just like a small party, then you're not going to have use of a lot of braveries. And this is a pretty good bravery, but I think with the crossbowmen, and especially if you have a larger party, it's just a lot more beneficial to double up on your class specialization so that you can get an extra reload. So right now we've got solid grip as a penalty. I think recoiling grip is what we want to go with, which should give us a bonus reload. And the other thing that we could do instead, every 2 reload gains deflection. Before reload, the next basic shot fire does not... Yeah, it's either optimized movement or recoiling. Each round, if this unit uses its basic shot 3 times, they reload. So will we use the basic shot 3 times? The other thing we could do... no, I don't think we need one of those. I was thinking maybe one of those. So right now, basically we use the reload. She fires, and then she fires again. And then if she gets a critical hit, she reloads again. So that's 2 reloads. I don't know if she's going to trigger that necessarily. Like, I feel like she might need... I mean, she does have her second weapon, which she can trigger it if... with her second weapon, if we're fighting against enemies with armor. Right now, this is what we're using, the original mechanism. Guard crossbow might be a little bit better, because you can kind of, like, this doesn't help the situation if we're going up against enemies that don't have armor, which is kind of where we're at right now. But the guard crossbow would be good, where I think the guard crossbow gets a reload if one of your allies is engaged with the enemy. But yeah, this gives us 1 reload. And then we get another reload from this unit gains 3 aim every time they reload. Each round, the first time this unit lands a critical hit, they reload. So yeah, that guarantees us 2 reloads. Round, if this unit uses its basic... Oh, wait. Basic shot 3 times. Okay, so that would be the basic shot. I was thinking it needed to be 3 reloads. This should work fine. And then... upgraded, she gains 2 aim as well. Was tempted for optimized movement, but I think this is better. I think. Well, we'll see how she goes. But I love the gunner. The gunner is a lot of fun. I think you can do more damage with the scorpion. The gunner is a lot of fun, and cannoneer can be useful, but I feel like these 2 classes are probably the best. I mean, cannoneer is nice for the defense that it gives. Like like being able to wear medium armor is kind of nice. Level 13 required, which is we need something that's level 12 armor. Ganahuan says, I feel some jankiness of the stream. Yeah, no. It is a bit janky, and it's nothing to do with the computer, it's the game. The game is not super optimized, and I think the update for the game has caused a little bit more jankiness.
Oh, come on. They're not that hard to find. Cut into the lycanthrope's organs and take whatever looks abnormal. The county of Rigel is dying. Hurry!
Here you go. Here's your bile.
Even a harag barber would have done a better job. Was the lycanthrope still squirming when you pulled out its gallbladder? Bah! No matter. Captain Oswald was even worse than you. Have your apothecary set up a workstation in my lab. I'll show them what a real scholar can extract from these grafts, despite his assistant's incompetence.
Uh-huh. Alright. Can perform scientific research to discover unique upgrades and new recipes. Grafts are an essential part of all research in Alizar. Some are collected in the wild, others from lycanthropes, and still others in the darkness. Yeah, the PC that we're running the game on is running on a... I can't remember if it's an i7 or an i9, but I think it's an i9. But anyway, the graphics card is a 4070 Ti Super, which should run this game fucking smooth like butter, but because the game is kind of not optimized the greatest. Lantern oil teaches you to make the lantern oil in the workshop, derived from what walnut and oil and animal fat. This dense and oily fuel powers the lanterns in Rigel's inhabitants use to travel through the Weald.
Yes. This certainly confirms that there's a link between the Weald and lycanthropy. It's very clear. But... is that all? Really everything? Oh, the beast take me! Let it take this whole blasted county and its monstrous inhabitants. We should have burned down that forest and executed all the villagers. No, I mustn't give up. His Majesty has put his trust in me. We can only keep moving forward. And besides, you can kill lycanthropes and extract the grafts yourselves. If I give you the plans for my laboratory, you could even do your own research.
Alright, cool. Field laboratory.
Well, I'm counting on you, dear assistants. Scour the entire county and study everything you can find. By combining our efforts, we'll find the source of this disease and put an end to it. Our success will be every bit as important as Sophie Adra Alazar's.
Getting the impression this guy is going pretty batshit crazy.
Your connection with the head surgeon is really touching. I've never seen him be this friendly with anyone. Even His Majesty can't stand him.
I guarantee this guy's gonna turn out as a werewolf. I'm getting that vibe.
Mercenaries! Don't leave without your lantern.
Oh, right. Cool.
I thought you were about to leave without your lantern. After all the time I spent making it, there's no way I'd let you go into the Weald without it.
Cool.
I took the liberty of adding a few doses of lantern oil. I heard you'd learn to make it yourselves, so this is my little way of wishing you good luck.
Cool. Got our lantern. Alright, the Weald is a dark, dangerous, and deceptive place where you lose access to your compass calendar and even your exact position on the world map. In the Weald, you can light your lantern, which casts light in a limited range and consumes fuel at a specific rate. You can also choose to move in complete darkness and find certain things that are only visible when the lantern is extinguished. But beware. Oh, shit. Doesn't that sound like fun? We'll be able to escort these guys now, but we'll probably want to stock up on some lantern oil before we start stomping around in there. Oh, Megatron leveled up. Oh, shit. Somebody else is level 12 as well. Actually, I forgot, which is great, which means Megatron can now wear one of these too. Who was the... Actually, I think... Okay, he's already got it. There might be... Oh, Prime can wear one too. Which is good. We can hoard even more stuff. And now that they've got their saddlebags. Let me just take a quick look at our list of collars. There might be a collar that might be useful for them. So, bonnet. The animal wearing it gains 20% extra XP. Okay, so the air net would work, but... Oh, yeah, the halter. That's what I want. This is... Oh, yeah. Cool. Quick moves around more stealthily. That could actually come in handy in what we're about to do here. Going into the Geld there, that forest. Halter. I think we just craft 3 of them for now. Beauty. Yeah, aggression range for hostile groups reduced by 10%. I wonder, like, reduced by 10%. So if we put the halter on 10 of our horses, does that mean that like enemies in the world will have no aggression towards us? That they will just avoid us all the time? I think anybody else is level 12. Poppy, could put it on Poppy, but I think those are better for him, since he's our war pony. We can craft, I think this we can craft lantern oil, which might as well. Jack says I have a 3060 Ti, so maybe that's the reason. I don't know. But the graphics are not too challenging, I would think, for a game like this. Yeah, I mean, like, the graphics card is not just... It's not just the graphics, it's the things happening in the background and everything, but it just, optimization-wise, the game doesn't seem terribly optimized, but, like, it... yeah, like, when it's ported on Xbox, I hear all kinds of problems that people have with playing on Xbox, that all kinds of crashes and things like that. So I don't know. And like we were talking about a little bit earlier, every time the game gets updated, it seems to cause problems, which typically get patched. Do we have a recipe for this thing in here? Unique. There it is. No, that's the apple crumble recipe. Miscellaneous. There's our lantern. Do we... I wonder if we have to equip that on somebody. Like, does somebody have to carry it? This item cannot be equipped. Okay, so we don't have to equip that. But he said we could build a workbench or something, right? Codex. It's not under the codexes. Camping gear. Oh, okay, he just actually gave it to us. We've already got it. We've obtained new recipes. Okay. Now we should be able to upgrade it. Yeah, I feel like it landed probably in an okay spot for it. Sort of. Yeah. Put it there. So it's an apothecary that has to do it. Who's our apothecary? Poison berry. Yeah, alright. Put poison berry on it, which means... Big booty will... Actually, no. Put Nurgle in the tent. Actually, no. We'll put a Gaunt's grenade in the tent. Alright, cool. We should be able to upgrade this thing as well. Maybe. Maybe not. Said we gained new recipes, but I don't know what the new recipes are. I assumed that it was oh boy, field laboratory. So wheeled spores. The slightest contact with these wheeled mushroom spores turns skin as rough as tree bark. And lycanthrope bile. What else do we need to collect? Glowworm larva, lycanthrope bile, and lycanthrope tumor. This organic growth is a chaotic mass of grayish flesh and plant runes collected from hypertrophied lycanthropes found in the wild in the dark. Yeah, so we'll have to start collecting all of these resources in order to unlock this sort of stuff. But we do have a little bit of lantern oil stocked up. But let's, before we start stomping around in the wild, we should probably try and gather up some more supplies. But yeah, camp is definitely feeling a little bit on the crowded side, but I mean it's crowded but still relatively organized. Jack says they just keep pumping out DLC but not fixing the game. That sounds about right for devs. Yeah, I am gonna have to do a video covering it and hopefully bring some more attention and awareness to it, and hopefully that gets the developers to maybe try and optimize the game a little bit better. But oh my god, what is happening over here? Oh, okay. I think it looks like it's polar bears fighting with... Oh, wait, no, it's polar bears fighting with, those Yeti things. Oh, the guard is actually chasing us here. Trying to stay away from them. But yeah, it's definitely... On the world map is where... This is where I experienced the most sort of, poorly optimized, gameplay. Fuck, do we have to go through the forest? Is there nowhere else? Actually, let's follow the road.
Might I interest you in my
It's the same guys. I think I'm gonna reload here as well, too. Shit, yeah, I think we have to go through the forest by the looks of things. Which I was kind of hoping we wouldn't have to just yet. Anyways, hoping we'd be able to explore a little bit around some of the other areas, but I wonder if we'll be able to... Alright, just before we go into the forest there, let's just park in here for a second. I'm going to drop a save, and I'm going to reload the game, and hopefully that helps with what we're going on. It could be some memory loss issues. Maslow says best thaumaturge build. I don't know. I mean, it really depends on what you're going to use them for, and how, and what kind of party you're going with. Like, from the looks of things, if you want, like, to be able to apply, like, a ton of poison and corrosion and bleeding and burning, like, if you want to be able to apply a ton of debuffs, you could potentially, the mixologist could potentially be really good. Like, mixologist with that, and... yeah, I don't know. Or we're still kind of experimenting with it, and I'm still trying to figure out how to use them. But for my party, I think what we're gonna use, what we're gonna do, the way that we're gonna build him is, we're basically building him as a support type character, to hopefully help boost up our allies. But I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out how he works exactly. Like, we've only had like a couple of instances where we tried him out, so it'll probably take me a while before I figure out what the best way to use these dudes are. But anyway, like I said, I'm gonna reload the game and just see if that helps with how the game is sort of running right now. All right, yeah, and it's a good opportunity, I guess, for me to remind everyone that when we hit 5,000 subscribers, we are going to do our first... oh, shit, it looks like there's an update. Starting download. How long is this going to take? Yeah, so there's apparently, like, a little bit of a patch for the game right now. It's updating. Though it doesn't look like it's going to take too long. You know, one thing I haven't done actually for quite a while is verify the integrity of the game files. Manage. Which I forget how to do. Anyway, I'm not going to do that right now. I might do that after the stream. I'm going to go with the OpenGL. The OpenGL seemed to work a little bit better. But yeah, it was just a quick update there. It seemed to update the game pretty quickly. Cahoon, it says, looks like there was a patch in Steam. Yeah. Yeah, just updated just now. But yeah, anyway, these are sort of the rules that we're gonna set out for the hardcore challenge when we get to it. When we hit 5,000 subscribers. So if you haven't subscribed, helping the channel out quite a bit by going ahead and doing that. Why is the game not loading here? Shizer. For some reason, the game didn't start up. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay. Okay. All right. Try this again. Oh. No. View. Games, games library. Oh my god. I think I broke Steam. What the shit? Steam is fucking giving me a hard time right now. Kahunin says, I updated too. So what is no Grand Theft? So what I was explaining earlier in the stream, the way that someone had asked what the best way to make money in the game is. And basically what I like to do is accumulate skill books. I mean, you don't necessarily have to use skill books, but you could use any item, but skill books are really valuable. But essentially you build up like a massive stack of something, and then you sell it to a merchant, and then you steal it back. It's the easiest, by far the easiest way to make money in the game. And like right now in the playthrough that we've got going, yeah, fucking, I don't know what happened, but Steam is derping out here on me. But yeah, in the game right now, we've got something like, I want to say, close to 100 skill books, which are worth quite a bit. So every time we do that sort of theft, we regain like well, we make a ton of money. So no Grand Theft. That's what I mean by no Grand Theft. All right, Steam's working again. Finally. Just take a second while it loads up. But yeah, I tempted to maybe put no trade on the list as well, but I might kind of need trade as a crutch. So I don't know. But I mean, I'm open to adding some more rules on there, but I think the rules that I've got laid out there should make things really difficult. Yeah, to the point, especially with not being able to only being able to recruit the unique units that you encounter. Kahunin says, I know how to make money. Alright, I mean, the game is... Obviously, you can hear it, but I've just got, like, a black screen right now still. I'm not entirely sure why. Hang on a second. Yeah... Yeah, so the game is not loading. I'm not sure why. Hang on. I tried loading it in the OpenGL. Maybe we'll try just the regular mode. The update seems to have doesn't seem to be cooperating for us here. But yeah, this is pretty typical. Every time they seem to release a new DLC, the game seems to have some minor issues. Yeah, just so you guys know what I'm seeing, it's that's what I'm looking at right now. It's obviously the game is the sound is there, but no game is coming up. I don't know. It's a little bit not good. I don't know if the update broke my game or what. But it definitely seems like it. Just gonna wait, give it a second. But something's not right. Maybe I shouldn't have updated. Take a look in. Hang on, I'm gonna, just so you guys are not looking at blank screen, I'm gonna bring up Steam and take a look in Steam here. And see if there's any information we've got here. New DLC for Wartales has been added. Okay. Community Hub. Game trailer. Actually. Just see. Does it? Where are the news? Store page. Should be. I'm just trying to figure out where the. Where does it tell you? See all updates. Okay, patch notes. Fix an issue where an action wasn't available during battle when using a pad control. Fix a crash when loading the game with a controller. Fix an issue with the Huntsman's bonuses. Fix an issue with a confession from the runes not giving a reward. Don't think I have a controller set up. Tuesday, October 21st. This is Wednesday, October 21st. So it doesn't say... doesn't say anything about the patch that they just dropped, as far as I can tell. Recent news and announcements, yeah. DLC released 8 hours ago. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, the game is loaded. Hallelujah. Alright. We've got 352 hours, 34 minutes. Yikes. Anyway. Hopefully it starts running a little bit smoother. Kababia says, damn, that's a lot of Total War games. Ever considered being a Total War YouTuber? Total War, what is that? Those must be, somebody else must have hacked my account and installed those on there. Kahuna says, devs should check the files. Yeah, I have to remember, I should probably write a note to, just to, verify the integrity of the game files. But yeah, it seems, at least for the initial moment, that it's running a little bit smoother. It does still have...
This is incredible. Blessings be upon you.
A little bit of an issue with... there's a stutter in the game that I've searched many different things to try and get rid of the stutter, and I haven't have yet to find a solution for the stutter and what's causing it, but... Anyway, it doesn't seem too bad on the recording. Alright, let's just stay on the road. What the fuck is that? Because the road... I think that's a road. Yeah, because we can't... we have no idea where we are now. Essentially. But if we stay to the road, we can potentially map this out. Oh, here comes the guard. Get out of here. Guard is after us, I think. Okay, they let up the chase. But yeah, uh-oh. 'Cause There's a ghost pack here. Oh, shit. Okay. Whew. I was going to say I lost where the road is, but we found our way out. That's kind of cool. I like this. I mean, it's, you know, if we go in there and get lost, I'm probably not going to like it too much, but it's, yeah, definitely a creative, creative addition to the game. I think so anyway. But like I said, I might not like it so much once we start exploring more in there. They got a little graveyard there going. And looks like something happened here. There's some claw marks on that wood and there's some blood there. Let's talk to these folk and see what they've got to say.
Horsberg was only a few days' walk from here. It shouldn't have taken more than a day to sell that pony. But that's all the time it took for the lycanthropes to devour my parents and 2 of our animals. I don't know where the other ponies are. The doors to their stalls are smashed open, so maybe they escaped. Oh, by St. Giroux, I'd give anything to get them back.
I got a feeling your ponies are probably being eaten presently by werewolves. That would be my guess, but I don't know. We'll keep an eye out. If we spot them, we'll maybe bring them back.
What's the use? My parents are dead. My ponies have run off. Once I finish this bottle, I'll have nothing left at all.
Yeah, she sounds like fun, but I feel like she's probably got some good reason to be so upset. Alright. Root. Start collecting some of these supplies and stuff. Alright, yeah, I wonder how big this this forest here is. I guess it looks like it goes this way. It's kind of like a crossroads here. But I guess, yeah, this fog of war, I don't think we're ever going to be able to clear that. Unless, I mean, maybe clearing the scenario
my humble wares,
might work,
my good
but
sirs?
I got the feeling that probably not. There's probably some stuff we can sell here. Just get rid of some junk. Kind of collecting those mirrors and the military metal. Those were like special items that though they're worth quite a bit. Can't sell the legend, the thing, the lantern. I don't think we need that. Alright, good enough. What do we got here? Forest pot. All of the ingredients of this highly economical recipe can be found in nature or in your neighbor's garden. Bonus, mental health recovers during the day. Alright, yeah, probably should pick those up. I think we're going to need our mental health. But yeah, the game does feel like it's running a little bit smoother since we reloaded, and could be potentially the update that kind of smoothed things out a little bit.
Praised be the God of Light. We've made it through. This accursed Weald is finally behind us. You can leave us now, mercenaries. The Lord Mayor is a good and pious man. He'll be happy to lend us a hand. Thanks again. You will be forever in our prayers.
Beauty. Just want to scoop up some of these resources that are lying around here before we go in and rest. Shit. But yeah, let's see if we can get into town before we need to rest. But yeah, it is definitely running smoother than it was before. Or at least it is on my end. Hopefully it is on everyone else's end as well. Alright, Cool, cool. Ah, amazing. Travel post. That is exactly what we need.
The family that lived here has been devoured by lycanthropes. Not a single one of them survived. A real bloodbath. Hosberg needs to move on and forget this miserable business. A nice travel post should help.
Let's do it. Build her up.
Must be some workers still alive in this village. Give me time to go out and look for them.
Cool. Alright, Mr. Can we...
Would I know how be of use to you in establishing a trade route? If you've got the funds, our guild would be more than happy to help you. Just be aware that since this request doesn't come from the guild, you won't be getting a reward.
Well, la-di-da, no reward. Ain't that some shit? But we'll definitely set up this trade route here. New Astho to Hawksbird. I think, have we set up all the other ones, right? Is there any that we forgot to set up? Wait a minute. Okay, no, we did. Garusa clans. Marheim to Garusa. Okay, I was confused for a second. I thought maybe we didn't set that one up. But yeah, new spell.
I hope you're well, mercenaries. The guild is very satisfied with the routes you've built.
Thank you, mister. Alright, cool. You know what would be kind of cool if the these garrisons, so you know how when you fight enemies, they get reinforcements? It would be cool if you could leave companions at these, and if these companions showed up as reinforcements in fights when you're in that province where you've left a garrison. I think that would be a really good addition, because now that they've added the tavern and the fief, these are for the most part redundant. But I guess if you're not playing with those DLCs, then they are still useful. So I guess if you just got the base game, kind of still makes sense. All right, cool. Let's first stop. Let's go into the actually, no. Let's go back to the trade post and just see what we've got for gear. We need medium armor for our for Nurgle. And World's Edge tunic. That's heavy armor. Those are light armor. I mean, light armor would be fine for him too. We'll give him a little bit more mobility. But we spec'd him out so that he could use medium armor. For whatever reason, in this playthrough, I think we need those plague samples for... Actually, no, we're not going to need them. I was going to give him immunity oil, but changed my mind that we're going to keep that special item on him. Yeah, we could give him one of these light armors. But anyway, what I was going to say is, for whatever reason in this playthrough, medium armor just has not been dropping very often. Shit, that reminds me. Let me just hop into the camp here for a second. We got a new thing for the strategy table. So we've got opportunism, damage of attacks of opportunity, perspective, damage of shooting attacks increased by 20%. We do use a lot of shooting attacks. 20% is, I think we'll go perspective. We do get a lot of attacks of opportunity. The attacks of I don't know. That's tough. That is really tough. You know what? Let's go back to deployment. Extra deployment spots. And repositioning is just really strong, really good, really useful. I mean, we don't typically need to use it, but when you do need it, it's nice to have. All right, cool. Yeah. So I think we'll just have to give him light armor for now. Let's find one that's already got 3 layer spots on. Level 10 required, level 14 required. Actually, scoop those up because there might be some characters that could go into those. Give them the pirate's cloak. Though, actually, never mind. We've got medium armor here that he can wear. Look at that. I don't even have to forge new armor for him. Cool. Alright, Nurgle. We'll try and get him better armor at some point. I'm sure somebody will drop some. Alright, there we go. Nurgle. And then what do we want to put on here? Stag is probably not what we want. I'm kind of thinking the layer of the ox, maybe. Just give him some guard in case he does get attacked. Yeah. Guard and armor. So what we want to do is hit the, let's hit the... hit the forge. Alex says, hi, just joining. Got the DLC and found you can start with a lycanthrope. Is that a good thing? I don't know. I haven't tried out the lycanthropes yet. We haven't got one of our characters. Though, is it the lycanthrope that you can start with, or the I don't think it's the lycanthrope that you can start with in the new starts. Isn't it the this class? I forget what this class is called. The Therma or whatever, but yeah, he's now a coordinator. But I forget what this class is called. Oh, yes, that's right. You're right. I apologize. Yeah, on the list of attributes, the companions have a terrible secret. So yes, you can actually start as werewolves. You're right. It's a secret choice. Gives you lycanthrope and carnivore's traits. Yeah, I apologize. I just recall seeing that. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it might be fun to try out, and that's a playthrough that maybe we might have to give a try. Where is the ox? Okay, so we need to forge one of these in order to unlock the colossal layer. And then we'll make a couple colossal layers of this. Lycanthrope reinforced layer. Movement +1 and guard +4. That actually might be better for him, but it requires the bile from the lycanthropes, which will probably start accumulating quite a bit of that, which is sounds awfully nasty, but you know, is what it is. Yeah, so let's... the ox should actually serve him really well, though. Probably the ox is probably better if we want to make sure he doesn't get himself killed. But yeah, movement might be useful too. But I think this should make Nurgle here nice and tanky. Alright, sweet. Yeah, 38% guard is pretty good. And he's got the mysterious insignia and St. Septimus's mask. So Nurgle might be fun. I mean, I don't think we definitely don't need him in the party, but he's got some tricks that could potentially be useful. in the right situation. Alright, stop into the tavern, see what's happening here.
I used to welcome woodcutters like kings, but nowadays I throw them out before they even try to sit down. It's their fault the Weald is turning people into monsters.
Weald platter. Served at religious festivals and weddings, this assortment of fine dishes reminds the residents of Rigel that the Weald is not only a curse. Bonus. Movement speed in forest increased by 20%. Nice. Crowns gained after battle in the forest increased by 5%. Maximum mental health plus 25. Reduces the speed at which the troop accumulates fatigue by 30%. Cool. Yeah, that will be useful. And forest pot. Yeah, I figured carrots were going to be part of this recipe. Rabbit, carrots, cabbage, and mushrooms. God damn it, why does it have to have mushrooms? Mushrooms are a really valuable just recipe ingredient. They're used in some really good recipes. Sing a quick tune. See if we can cheer these folks up. These songs are too long. Just going good there for a bit. We missed a couple. It's not too bad. I'm getting a little bit more used to playing on the bigger monitor, but Villagers' Clogs. Never seen those before. Alright, we got a couple recipes to learn. Unique. Cool. Add them to the list. Very nice. What do we got for troopers in here? Yeah, Thaumaturge. Yeah, that's the new class. I don't know how I feel about this class, but it's nice that we got a new class though. I'm gonna be overpowered like.
Might you be looking for work? I'll roll it.
I mean, maybe they're gonna be overpowered. Let's accept this because we'll need to clear that at some point. And we'll accept this one as well. And then let's accept the rat's nest because we'll need to clear that at some point too. And then these ones, not really worried about those. I don't want to take on too many bounties because kind of at the stage we don't really need to do bounties, but I'd like to clear some of them. To see if there could potentially be some bounties for unique weapons, for some legendary weapons that we could potentially pick up at some point. Stop into the apothecary. She might have a recipe for us too.
My remedies have been approved by the University of
Lycanthrope
Alizar. Unlike that
remedy.
which is slop.
All right.
Don't be fooled. Her potions are a joke.
Yeah, so let's scoop that up. Soothing oil. Every time this unit deals a critical hit, gains 5% of their maximum health. We don't need that. I'll pick it up just so we have a spare one of those, but I'll pick up some of this stuff. And yeah, we don't need more of the plague cure. Don't think we need to craft anything at the moment. Learn that. Cool. Yeah, I'm getting the feeling that we're gonna have to spend a fair bit of time in their little forest there in order to
Looking for exotic items?
accumulate resources for some of this stuff.
Thanks to the trade routes you've built, I've got all the wares you could ever need.
Just restock our supplies, and also it's good to get her buy that stuff so that it starts replenishing. Okay, so we checked out all of those. See what's available in the market.
The most beautiful girl in the village has vanished. And it seems her fiancé has gone quite mad with worry. How romantic.
Mm-hmm. A love story
I
here.
sent my apprentice to Alor.
Take the rabbit.
It's been 2 weeks,
we
and
might
he
need
hasn't
milk.
come back. If one of your lads wants to be a butcher, there's a spot open.
I don't know if we need bass for anything, but I'll just pick it up just in case.
Keeping an eye on the market square is fine by me. The King's Knights can have their lycanthropes all to themselves.
Cohenant says you can make medium armor in BS, and now you have the travel post. Yeah, and Broken Blade says, did they add new weapons? There are new weapons added. I forget exactly how many, but we haven't seen any of them yet. Though there's a new. I mean, Nurgle here is carrying this thing, these sensors, which is sort of a weapon. It does have. It's not a strong weapon, but we'll see what happens when we this new class is more of a support class, but yeah, we're just still experimenting with him, but we haven't seen any of the weapon or any of the sensors that like the special ones. This is a crafted one that we crafted, but there are apparently new weapons. Alex says it's that the secret choice. Oh, okay, right. Sorry, I read that already. I guess I missed the other ones. Apologies. Daka Creature says, well, hello from Winterland. How are you? How is the DLC? We're just kind of dipping our toes in it. I like it so far. It's cool. It's another cool scenario, and then we've got some different things. I'm a little bit on the fence how I feel about it so far, especially with the werewolves and stuff. And I don't know. I don't know what to think about this new class. But I mean, previously the game has, for the most part, kind of tippy-toed around like the fantasy elements. I mean, they're definitely there, obviously, and there's some big fantasy reveals as the game, as you play through the game, especially with like some of the boss battles, Pirates of Beleriand DLC and the Beast Hunt DLC. But I feel like with this DLC, they've really dived or dove straight in for
more monsters mean less competition.
The fantasy elements.
That's
now.
what I always tell my colleagues headed for Ludan or Rigel.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about werewolves being added to the game and the fact that our companions can all become werewolves as well now, which yeah, I don't know how I feel about it.
Any peasant could turn out to be a lycanthrope in disguise. Don't take your eyes off them.
Actually, he makes a good point there that yeah, we have to keep our eyes out. All right, cemetery. What's going on here? We got a little bit of hemp.
To keep lycanthropes from coming back to life, you just have to bury them face down.
Really? Did the knights tell you that?
I feel like that doesn't sound very scientific,
but
you
just
know.
think about it. When they wake up, they'll try to make their way to the surface, but they'll actually be digging even deeper. Then, after a while, they'll fall out the other side of the world. And just like that, we'll be rid of them forever.
I like her logic. She's making some sense. Daka Creature says, thanks for the answer. Yeah. No, I mean, I love that, you know, we get like a new area to explore. And this forest is creepy as shit, but it's kind of cool what's sort of happening in the forest, where we need a lantern and we need fuel for the lantern, and navigating the forest is, you know, we kind of get lost. I mean, like the lore behind it is that the forest is so dense that sunlight doesn't reach in there. So there's all kinds of spooky shit happening in the forest, and the way that we travel through it and navigate it It definitely, like, we just, you know, we took this road through there, and it's just a short jaunt through it, and it was a little bit tense. I mean, yeah. So definitely some cool things happening here, but we haven't. We're just kind of just dipping our toes in here. We haven't gotten too far just yet.
Oh, yeah. That actually makes sense.
But I love that the game continues to grow and they continue to add new bits and pieces. It's such a great little game. I just wish it was a little bit better optimized. There's there's a kitty. That's hilarious. Toki. Aww. All right. It doesn't seem to be too much else to do here. All right, cool. Let's have a rest, and then we'll do a little bit more exploring, I think. Should probably check in on the tavern and the fief here quick. What the shit is on the floor there? Who made a mess? Combo, Tryhard, Garrus, Martinez, or the Fairy Dragon? What? Why is there a splatter of shit on the floor? Or it actually looks like blood, to be perfectly honest, but... Oh, you know what? I guess we could withdraw a little bit of cash. I always forget that we've got loot to take from the tavern here. Just, I don't know. Well, we don't really need the money, so... Can we... Okay, so Conrad's still traveling there. Just kind of slow, but we do want to set him as bouncer. Just quick check-in on the fief. Poisonous misspelled says, that's awesome. I love the handle. Poisonous misspelled. Hello, Otto from Greece. Can you show us the new class skills, please? Yes, absolutely. Give me 2 seconds and I'll show it. Kahunin says, what happened in the forest? Let's stay in the forest. Yeah. And Daka Creature says, some new mechanics I played last time when they added the first DLC. Yeah, it's, you know, I love that the game continues to grow, and we do have money to spend here on the fief. All right. Poisonous Misspelled wants to see the new class. So, technically, I guess there's 2 new classes, because there are werewolves. Like, there's a werewolf class now as well. Like, all of our characters can actually become werewolves. None of them have yet... that's not happened to any of them yet, but it is a possibility. Where? Okay, here he is here, Nurgle. So this is the new class. They've got Valorous Audacity and Valorous Support, which are normal, but he's also got Valiant Weight. Every time this unit ends their turn without using a skill, you gain 1 Valor point. So, yeah, just having him stand around and do nothing, you gain a Valor point, but there may be reasons for him to do that. But I mean, essentially, this guy is a support class. We've made him a coordinator, which I think is going to, basically for support, the coordinator allows him to wear medium armor as well, rather than the light armor. But we can use his lantern ability here on Stable Concoction to trigger attack of opportunities. Triggers a second attack of opportunity when the unit targets gain 4 rage. So units that are engaged within the range of this will get an attack of opportunity, which is not bad. So that's the way that we went. But there's also healer, which allows you to heal your companions, healing concoction, and then the mixologist, which I think probably the mixologist as an offensive weapon probably going to be your best. It's sort of like, it's almost like a poisoner but on steroids, because it applies poison, corrosion, bleeding, and burning. Corrosion is depletes armor. So if you're able to like potentially trick this out, then as an offensive weapon, I feel like the mixologist might be the best one. But we're using the coordinator as sort of like more of a support unit, and hopefully he can trigger our own units to do a little bit of damage. And then so he's got these every time this unit inhales, which is a little bit confusing. I'm still kind of learning how the character works. Applies the effects. We went with this one. Every time this unit inhales, they apply 2 protective smoke to themselves and allies. So again, we're using him as a support. The protective smoke gives what does it do? Damage taken reduced by 5% per application. And then there's also this one, Overblown. As long as this unit has 2 or more inhalations, enemies cannot engage them. So if he's sniffing from his lantern there, he can prevent enemies from actually being able to engage him. And then we went with Doping Smoke, which increases critical damage and critical hit and movement per application. So when he uses the lantern, it affects his allies, and so we can juice up critical hit and critical damage is kind of what I'm thinking we'll go with there, or what. Yeah. So basically we've made him sort of definitely a support character where he can help our units do more damage, and then he can trigger them to do attacks of opportunity, basically. But I think, again, as an offensive weapon, mixologist potential has a lot of potential. And then, I mean, if you're using like a lot of animals in your group, where like bears, for example, then I think healer potentially could have some mileage. But I don't know that we necessarily need a healer in our party, because our party doesn't really take a lot of damage anymore, because we're just killing enemies before they're able to attack us most of the time. It doesn't always work that way, but yeah, healer, I don't really need it. But yeah, there's this one, regular cleaning. This unit can purge multiple times per turn. The purge now. Yeah, this has potential to be for abuse, I think. It sounds like a mechanic that we could potentially do a fair bit of shenanigans with. Maybe. I don't know. The regular cleaning. And then we've also got putrid smoke. When this unit purges, randomly applies burning, bleeding, 2 poisons, or 2 corrosions to adjacent enemies. This could pair really well with mixologist to apply all of those debuffs to enemies. So that's another option there. And then we can give him a second weapon. I'm not sure what I want to do with this. We could give him advanced medicine, so that when he does like the usual heal, he heals more health. Or we could give him unstoppable. I'm kind of in between, I think, these two. I'm not sure what I want to do with that. That's why I haven't selected it yet. And then level 12, his bravery gives perfect delirium. After using a skill, immediately purge without using any inhalation. This unit takes damage equal to 20% of their health at the end of the turn. I don't know. I'm not sure. Inhalation. I'm not sure exactly how that works, but anyway, I think probably class specialization is going to be the best, and then we'll double up on one of these things back here. But that's the class in a nutshell. It's very confusing, and we've experimented a little bit with him to try and figure out exactly how he works. But yeah, we're still trying to get to the bottom of how to use him and how to best use him and all that sort of stuff. We'll save these for now, because we'll probably need them more so when we're traversing the forest. I want to explore a little bit around the area here. I might save our mutton stew because we don't have a lot of mutton stew. Wolf and hop we can have. And we've got lots of this, so we're going to have that. I think I'm going to save that because we don't have a lot of those either. Just, I kind of want to use that stuff when we're getting a little bit low on our surf and turf on a stick. But I'm sure we've probably got... Actually, you know what? Don't use that one. Use this one. Because I think when we make the feasts, I think these ones get used first. I think. I could be mistaken. And wolf and mushroom gratin. Have another meat pike. Ah, right. There is... They're trying to collect another. Yeah, you know what? Let's start making some more of those sea bass, especially because when we're collecting resources, we're running into trouble with not having enough hemp. And yeah, so when we're gathering resources, kind of want to hemp is really important in the game, and yeah, we want to try and accumulate as much hemp as possible. Bear infused ribs. We don't need to have that because it's already in the wolf and hop. We'll have the bear stew. And we'll have those. Some of this, and could probably have the kirsch as well. Oh, actually, don't have the bear. We'll save the bear to make more of those tail of wolf and hop, because that's good. All right, I think we can probably rest. Ah, shit. I wanted to do some building in the fief, but anyway, we'll do that next time. Or next time we rest. The arena fans got into the brawl. So the arena fans there were in our arena. They wanted to celebrate in our tavern their arena win, and I guess they trashed our arena. I guess that's probably what that mess on the floor was. I think he's master cook already, so we'll just celebrate the success with the group. I should have read that out, but anyway. Hopefully somebody cleaned up the goddamn mess. Nope, still a mess on the floor. What can we... What happens if we change the floor? No, it's still there. Is this a perma stain? We're gonna have a perma stain on our floor? What the hell? Just set you as bouncer. Oops. Where'd you go? I just put you guys by the armor sets. I'll just leave these guys there until they're called upon again. I don't know. There might be a cursed village in this new region. Daka Creature says, wolfing sounds like it is an illness in your merc. Oh, okay. Yeah. Poisonous Misspelled says, or maybe the lycanthropes have no armor, just HP and heals them. Oh, yeah, you know what? That makes sense. If you're going with 100%, actually, that makes perfect sense. If you're going with, like a lycanthrope based party, then yeah, that new class, the healer, makes perfect sense. That's exactly it. Kahunan says, by the way, where can I buy those croc swine? The croc swine pies, I think you can buy them in Ludern. You should be able to purchase them at the tavern in Ludern. And I want to say that's probably in Ludern regions, probably where you get the recipe for them as well. But yeah, this is the region where you'll encounter the croc swine. So killing croc swine to get the meat for the recipe, as well as that's where you'll find them. Running out of things to keep in there. Oh, Chroma leveled up to level 12. Fuck yes. All right, amazing. She can now trigger exhort herself. She doesn't need someone else to do it for her, and which means she can get herself. It'd be much easier to get her to 100% critical hit. And we'll give her more movement because that is what we need on her is the movement. She doesn't really need any other stats. Yeah, pretty much just movement, I think, on her now. But yeah, let's quick do some renovations here.
The bandits are up to something, my lords. Some say they're going to attack to try and take this place back. We must prepare ourselves.
I think we should be able to complete that task.
The stench in our streets is unbearable. Residents don't even bother walking down to the lake to dump their filth. We must do something before your residents suffocate one summer.
I think we can do that as well. We'll stock up.
You know me, my lords. I never come to you without a very good reason. For example, I've never dared to bother you for a missing caravan, and yet Saint Jeru knows they do vanish.
It's pretty cool, the people standing around in the background. Just nice ambience-wise. Just, you know.
Anyway, this caravan is somewhat different. It was coming back to our fief loaded with crowns, a lot of crowns. So I deemed it wise to inform you of this terrible loss for our domain.
All right, we'll see if we can assign someone objective, resolve, mission, recover. Hopefully we've got the right composition of troopers to be able to do that. Take a look here quick. Yeah, shit. So, the fishing mission... Shit. We're not going to be able to do both of them. The mission into participates. Resolve. We've got 5 rests to do that. 3 rests to do that. God dang. Though, you know what? Actually, we might be able to do them both. Hang on. Before we assign anyone, let's just double check what we're cooking up here in the forge. Actually, I don't need to. Alright, we're going to have to switch one of these to the armor that we need, the militiaman's armor. Yeah, we'll go militiaman's armor, and actually we should probably modify this one too. We could do fishhook is a little bit better. We kind of need the food, but we get more mileage out of iron ore or coal. We get a lot of mileage out of coal, actually. Let's go with the coal. Let's do that. Oh, whoops. And then, all right, yeah. So we need to upgrade this, which means let's modify this. Let's start producing pristine essence. We'll start sending that to the troop because we need a lot of pristine essence for oils and whatnot. And I'd like to get, well, actually, we don't really need mountain willow for anything that I can think of off the top of my head. But what was the thing we have to produce? Flawed remedy. All right, yeah, flawed remedy. There we go. Cool. All right, good. And then what we can do is we can upgrade this, so we can do two missions at once. Though just one tiny problem. What was the mission? Recover. Which one is recover? Is it even here? Oh, there it is. Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have a ranger here. We should probably maybe consider recruiting some more troops, but it's just super expensive to recruit troops now that our party is so big, unless we like send everyone to the tavern or the fief and recruit when there's like nobody in the party, and then you can do it that way, but it's kind of a pain in the ass because everyone has to be like when you bring them back into the party. Yeah, we'll send you guys there. And then we'll participate. We don't have swordsmen, but I mean, it's fine. Wait, is it? Why does it say that a swordsman's required, but it doesn't? Is he... Make him a fisherman. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't seem to make any difference. I don't know. Recommended. Yeah, it's recommended that we send a swordsman. And we send a swordsman, but it doesn't fill the composition, which is kind of weird to me. But anyway, we're going to be on a negative there for that. And I think we're on a negative. Okay, we make a small profit. Like if you send guys that they're not requesting for the missions, you don't get as many profits. And like the fishing mission, we're in the negative, but there are some other rewards for doing that. Can we renovate this? We're not enough. Relationships, beef management, that's all fine. What we do want to do is change our supplies. Send the pristine essence. I will send some coal as well. Food, we're a little bit low, but I think... Yeah, happiness is still going to be in the plus, even though we've got the tax the people negative. Or is it? Yeah, no, it's good. Alright, cool. Everything seems fine here. It's just slowly growing over time. It's not like we're burning through a lot of rest, so it doesn't take too long to build up the fief to get it going. But, yeah. It's getting there. Okay, let's do a little bit of exploration. Sorry, words are hard. A little bit of exploration, and then probably I'm gonna end the stream here shortly because I getting a little bit hungry. I want to have some dinner, but I'm gonna take a couple hours of break, probably 2-3 hours break, and then I'm gonna come back and stream through the night and try and get a chunk of this played through, so I have a little bit of a better idea of what it's all about.
Might I interest you in my humble wares, my good
Ooh,
sirs?
rare Brotherhood medium armor. Definitely pick that up. We might be able to use that for something.
Did you think we were too busy hunting lycanthropes to notice what you're up to?
They got some badass armor. All right, cool. We'll have one more fight, and then yeah, I'm gonna call it a day for now. But yeah, like I said, just gonna take a couple hour break and then come back and stream some more. So if you guys are looking for more content, I mean, if you're going to bed, it'll be the VOD will be up for you because I won't be able to play probably tomorrow. Probably won't be able to play for a few days just because work is going to be a little bit demanding. Over the weekend I've got to work, but yeah. Kahunan says, I mean, it should be every market to buy those. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but yeah, the Crocswine pie and the Crocswines, I think you have to go to Ludern in order to get it, sadly. It's too bad that you can't get it from, like, your trading post. Okay, this is interesting. We are really spread out here. Really spread out. 35 of them with reinforcements. Alright, well, I think what we'll do... I'm kind of thinking, I don't want you right in there. There's more, yeah. We are spread out, which could make things a little bit tricky, and because they're not grouped together, kind of mitigates a little bit of some of our strategies, but I think we'll be all right. Anyway, just a matter of making sure we're positioned all right. I think Lamborghini over here. She should be able to. Yeah, I think Lamborghini can deal with a bunch of them. I put Kababia. I could put Kababia over here. And what I want to do is Chroma is just gonna start here. Yeah, so he's got one. Fine, tactical fog. Gains protector, applies relentlessness to allies engaged in the area. If 2 inhalations were used in the consumer, also applies weakening to enemies. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I think of the new class necessarily. Switch you to and position there. And then I might put you. Yeah, fuck. I don't know. Maybe keep you where you are. Got a spot right there. I think I'm gonna put oomph there. And then yeah, I think Lamborghini will be able to clear out a bunch of them, and then with our ranged here, we should be able to sort the others. But what I was thinking as well is to put Odin over there, because Odin will be able to drop inspiration. That way, if we do kill all of these guys, let's switch with him. Okay. Then they'll have additional movement that they can get out of there and come down and help the support. But yeah, that it makes things a little bit trickier when they have more movement. Here's this guy. He's down there. Okay, good. Or sorry, not more movement. What I was trying to get at is when they're spread out like this, it makes definitely makes things a little bit more difficult. All right, what are they carrying, these guys, for weapons? Gentleman's partisan. Allies and gentlemen find countless creative and tasteful ways to personalize their partisans. Precise volley deals 172 damage to the enemy units in the area. Applied units engaged in the area execute an attack of opportunity. So this sounds like a dangerous weapon. As long as this unit is not engaged in combat, critical damage increased by 10% and critical hit increased by 15%. And they do have quite a bit of yeah, look at that, strength 245. All right, we're gonna kick it off with Big Booty here. I think let's do things a little bit differently than normal. Yeah, because she, if whatever damage he can do, she should be able to tank it. But she might be able to, I was gonna say, kill him anyway. All right, so that works. And then where do we want to position? I think you're okay where you are. Just stay right there. It's fine. Gahunin says, I'll watch this fight, then I go to sleep. Almost 2 a.m. here in Finland. Ah, right. That's what I thought. Gahunin sounds like a Finnish name for sure. I've visited Finland in the past. It's quite a while ago now since I've been there. But I definitely enjoyed my time there. It's a pretty cool place. I'd like to go again for sure. One of these days. All right, I just want to reorganize my skill tree here a little bit. Though I guess it doesn't matter. All right, Yeah, so she's at 90%. We'll trigger her bravery. She doesn't have a ton of movement, but yeah. I guess we should probably take a look at what these guys do. If they have any abilities. Yeah. I'm not too worried about this guy. But some of these other characters, we should just double check what they've got for abilities. Forearm Fracture. Ground Anchor. When this unit engages in combat, they gain Rivalry. Padded Lining. Heightened Guard. Just double check they don't have like a counterattack ability, any of them. Silent Mechanism gains Reloaded. Each round, the first unit this unit deals damage to... Each round, the first time this unit deals damage to a unit engaged in combat with an ally, forces the ally to disengage and grants them Brutality, then gains Reload. Okay. Target weak points. Each round, the first time this unit attacks an engaged unit applies vulnerability. Okay. They don't look terribly dangerous. But a Chroma will be able to kill a few of them, but she's not going to have enough movement to get too many of them. But it'll be a good start, and she'll also accumulate some valor points for us as well. But yeah, as far as I can tell, I don't see anything that's too dangerous just yet. Alright, probably best to run through the mud. It slows us down, and then get up here to this dude. Yeah, she should be able to clear out this this side of the board. These guys are tanky as shit, eh? Look at this. Oh, you know what? I think it's because of his rivalry. Fuck, it's gonna take her forever to kill this guy. We're gonna have to upgrade her. You might actually be able to upgrade her sword, but good god. This is ridiculous. But yeah, it's the rivalry trait that's reducing how much damage she can do, I think. And though I wonder, once she gets through his guard, if she'll do a little bit more damage. That's okay. Yeah, there we go. Once his armor was down, there we go. Now we're doing some proper damage. But man, fucking talk about tank right there. But Chroma, she's a bit of a butcher. So right there. This is their leader right here. Let's see what. Let's see what he's got. Kahuna says she's gonna kill them all. No, she's gonna run out of movement eventually. I mean, she's got a lot of movement because one of her skills in her skill tree gives her inspiration. The counterattack. So when it's upgraded, the first time they disengage during a round, they gain inspiration. And so when you engage with someone and you kill the enemy, it counts as disengaging. So her movement got doubled at the beginning of the after the first unit that she got engaged in, she killed. But yeah, she will run out of movement eventually, which is the only thing that really limits the build is the movement. Lieutenant Willa, she can do a lot of damage. Damage increased by 50% to non-engaged units, then forces units in the area to disengage. So if she... Wow. She do like 300 damage, and then if... Wow, she could do 300 damage with this weapon with one strike. And then if she hits a critical hit, it would be even more. I don't know how much critical hit multiplies it, but that's that weapon she's carrying sounds pretty deadly. And I don't even think it's a common sword too. But yeah, I don't know if that's just because she's got a lot of strength or whatever, but she sounds like she could potentially do a lot of damage in one strike. Yeah, and then that's part of the reason why we've got the grappling hook on her, is that she can squeeze out a little bit more movement. So we use the grappling hook on this guy, and then switches places. So, I mean, it's not crazy. It saved her a step there, but like if she runs out of movement and then she's within range of the grappling hook, she could potentially get one extra kill kind of thing. But yeah, I mean, she's still got a lot of movement. She's gonna get a bunch of them, or a few more anyway. But yeah, there were a lot of them here. I think we do have higher level versions of this sword in one of the travel posts. I should have actually double checked that. I didn't think to double check that, but anyway. But yeah, she doesn't mess around. That is for sure. Dang it. Kababia. She's gonna have to go around Kababia, which is gonna cost her a fair bit of movement. Kababia's fat ass here. Yeah, these guys are armored. These guys are tanky as shit. Like, if we didn't have... I don't know, I'm sure we've probably got other characters that potentially get through the armor. Like Fireforge, for example, his weapon, his Warhammer knocks, destabilizes them, which knocks their guard off. We have a couple other characters that can do stuff like that, but yeah, those shielded guys are fucking tanky as shit. Weakening. Yeah, no, we don't really need weakening, but yeah. How many hits? God dang. But yeah, I might make another version of this character with the shield, the Defender's Roundel. I like her with the grappling hook. The grappling hook is, I mean, it's not crazy, but it does give her a little bit more use. And yeah, so she ran out of movement, but she cleared up this whole side, got rid of a few of them for us. So good work, and then got her valor back to full as well. So definitely a good start. Zaku says, wow, you're still streaming, Hayes, what did I miss? We're just sort of wrapping things up for now. I'm going to take a couple hour break, but we're going to come back and stream a little bit. You haven't missed much. We've been going through things pretty slow. I've been, sort of just going through some of the stats of the new characters and things like that, and we're sort of just getting our bearings in this new region. But yeah, there hasn't been a whole lot. We've had a couple of fights here today against oh shit. Okay, so I fucking totally missed this group over here, which means yeah, I didn't even realize these guys were over here. Anyway, we might hopefully. All right, well, we've got a couple of options. Odin might be able to. This is a big map and they're spread out. We might be able to get some support over here for Aurora and Poppy. Poppy is in trouble with inspiration. But what I kind of hoping, what we'd rather do is if we can trigger them to run and not have to worry about these guys. So for the moment, let's just have you come in here, hit him with the weakening blow, and hit him with this. But she should be able to tank out a bit, yeah. So you didn't do too much damage there. That guy's weapon, I think, is more tailored to... If, like, I think the advantage of his weapon is attacking units that are already engaged. Units that are kind of vulnerable or whatever. Alright, yeah, the fact that they're so dang spread out, super annoying. Actually, another option, we might be able to get Untrari over there as well. But we need to... Shit. We need to get Odin down there to trigger this. Okay. Alright, I have an idea. Okay. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Let's go with Inspiration. And then we'll truck down here with Odin. Yeah, we got a lot of movement because we started the battle with Alertness, I think, right? Yeah. Alertness, which is nice. If you start the battle with Alertness and then you trigger Ovation for your Inspiration, it doesn't double the base movement, it doubles the movement with the 50%. So yeah, for example, Silver right now has movement of 53, which is pretty sweet. Movement is so key, and especially on a map like this. Alright, I don't want to use any Valor. We'll just hit him with this, and then we might be able to get some work done with Untrari, I think. Who's up next? That guy and then that guy. Alright, before we get shit. He's not going to be able to get through those dudes. How much movement do they have? Yeah. Fuck. Fuckity fuck. How much movement do you have? I got a fair bit of movement. Is there, Alright, I think... Yeah, no, again, I don't think Eagle Seamus is gonna be able to get too much done either. Well, try Oomph first off, because Oomph should be able to get a couple of strikes with this. But yeah, they're just tanky as shit. And then... Yep. That should apply slowdown on them too. Do we... Oh wow, and can't even... God dang. Alright, well, I'm gonna taunt this guy to get him engaged. That guy probably... How much movement does he have now? Yeah, he can only get to characters that are pretty tanky. These guys are, the first group in a while that's given us a little bit of a challenge, and I mean, it's partly because the battlefield is so spread apart, but also they've got some really tanky units. Okay. So yeah, now this guy might be able to do some considerable damage here. All right. Let's see what we can do with Untrari. So we get Untrari over there. Oh, okay, beauty. Nice, nice. Fuck, he didn't get the kill there. Fuck, these guys are just too tanky. God dang. Alright, well, yeah, that's the thing. Frenzy continues to reset. We can kind of do a similar thing with Untrari, provided he gets the kills. But, yeah, that unit was just a little bit too tanky for him to get a kill there. And now... yeah, dang it, we're not going to be able to get Untrari over to help out either, by the looks of things. Oh, shit, and you know what else? Dang it, I was screwed up anyway. I was supposed to bring Odin over here and trigger tactical order, and... yeah, Odin was supposed to trigger tactical order and also battle cry. Whoops, I forgot to do that. That's why. Part of the reason why we're out of movement. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know. Just hope they don't go for Poppy, but this... that's the other thing is I totally didn't even see these guys over here. Uh-oh. Poppy! Poppy! Alright, we can heal Poppy with Gaunt's Grenade if we send Gaunt's Grenade in that direction, but again... because Gaunt's Grenade is going to heal when he ends his turn. He's a blocker. He's going to heal the nearest animal companion for an amount equal to their constitution or something along those lines. Alright. Anyway, I think the key is just we need to kill enough of them so that they run. And I think Lamborghini is probably going to give us our best chance at that. Ah, fuck. Dang it. Just not quite enough range to get all 5 of them in. I was hoping to get all 5 of them there. But anyway, we can get these guys. Soften them up a little bit. Fuck me. Okay, yeah, she got him. Alright. Start making your way back there. Kahunin says it was a good stream, Otto. I'm going to sleep night from Finland. Alright, Kahunin. Take care, man. Thank you for... yeah, this battle's going to take a little bit longer than I thought this was just going to be a quick rumble stomp. But it's... yeah, it's a little bit more challenging than I was expecting. So it's taking a little bit more time. Zaki says, wait, never mind. Sorry, mix between the two of you. And Kababi says, slap me ass off. No, Poppy. Yeah, Poppy's in trouble. Poppy is in trouble. Oh, boy. Otto does have a ton of movement. Alright, Otto... and maybe get over here. Though I should have probably triggered inspiration before we moved Otto. Though we're putting Otto in harm's way now as well. Alright, good. Good. Fuck. How much movement do you have? Yeah, he's still got heaps of movement. I don't want to waste his aimed shot on this guy, but fuck, I think we have to if we're gonna have any chance to save Poppy. I would have liked to use that aim shot on somebody else, because Though, wasn't he supposed to be the next? Oh, okay, it's that guy. And then that guy. And then that guy. Alright. Alright, he's safe for now. And then... might as well use this. And we'll drop... I don't know if it's going to help, but we'll drop a heal on Poppy. Maybe it might have been a waste of valor there, but... Uh-oh. Double blow. Yeah, that did double blow, didn't it? How much movement do you have? Okay. He shouldn't be able to reach anyone. This guy's got movement. And then we've got 3 moves, so we'll be able to... Okay. We'll be able to address that situation. I don't think we worry about this guy. And then this guy we want to... Yeah, shit. We need to get Gon's grenade closer to Poppy. So we'll save Gon's grenade move. I think maybe Jin. Jin looks like a good choice for this guy. And then switch to a... Oh wait, no, stay in defense stance and should be able to take him out. It's got sort of like a shogun, like a samurai type armor helmet there. Kind of interesting. All right, cool. This guy, then this guy, this guy. Which movement do you have? Okay, you're a little bit of a problem, but I think, yeah, Freebird. Well, I'm digging the music. The music's not bad. Alright, so push those guys back. Fuck. How much movement do you have now? Still got enough movement to get to Poppy. But I think we can get somebody else over to finish him off. Let's see if we can soften this guy up. Ah, shit, he didn't bang into the thing that I... dang it. Alright. No problem. Evil Hoshi. You're up. Okay. Yeah. Just move to there for now. Just gets a kill there. And then I'm gonna use this and shoot. Yep, perfect. Got him. All right, there we go. Triggered the army losses. I mean, we could continue the fight, but I feel like it's probably a little bit more risky if we do that. I don't want to lose my warhorse. All right, we picked up some gear, which I'll probably sort through some of this stuff and take a look. I don't know if I don't really like this style, with the exception of this helmet. I kind of like the style of that. The armor is not bad, but like the shield, I don't like the armor. I'm not sure if I like these new armor sets or whatever. I don't know. All right, cool. Tense little fight to wrap things up. I'm just gonna park in the city here while we save it up and call it a day, or call it a stream for now. The day is not done though. I'll be back later on tonight to continue this, and hopefully we'll be able to get a little bit more of the DLC content in. But pretty good. That was I don't know. I don't want to say like a challenging fight, but it was more challenging than the fights that we've had. But I mean, it was mostly because I deployed Poppy in the wrong spot there. Kind of Poppy, and yeah, I didn't notice some of the enemies. But anyway. Kababi says, how's the performance right now? It seems much better since we reloaded the game and downloaded the update. It seems like it's running a little bit smoother, so it seems all right. Anyway, I'm just going to drop a save. Like I said, I'll be back in a couple hours. Just going to get a bite to eat, catch the end of the hockey game, and then I'll be back on stream for a few hours through the evening. And then after that, it'll be a few days before we get back to this, I think, because I've got to work all weekend, unfortunately. Thanks so much for watching, guys. Have yourselves a wonderful day, and I'll see you soon. Otto signing out.